You're on, sir.
Hello! We're live. We're back.
And very see-through.
We're back again for another bout of drawing fun. To all of you who are joining us today we're actually doing our first broadcast. For those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Mike Jones. And this is Mike Jones Draws. This is a drawing show where we work on my various projects of art. Today we're continuing our look at the Scarlet Mutton, a character that I created and we're making a comic strip about. And today we're working on page 12 of the prologue. It's an intro / origin for about 13 pages of to give in our first issue we want our audience to learn a little bit about the mutton before we could jump into our first real adventure, which will take place after on page 14. From 14 on, and I'm envisioning at least a 22-page story for the actual adventure, coupled with this prologue recap origin. This is a preliminary sketch that I made of this page, and of course I had to put it on a regular board, so I've got part of it done. I just have to do this bottom panel, and as you can see, there's some similarities. Let me turn this off for a second. You can see that. Is that too dark?
It's pretty dark, but
it's dark. Okay, let's put it back on. This light here is used from my light table, and I have to use it to finish get this panel duplicated from this one, clean it up and put it over here with all the caption boxes in place, and then we're going to ink it, and it will be a finished page. This will be page number 12 of the intro. So what I'm doing is I'm just putting a few dark lines on. I'm having a little trouble seeing this, so I'm putting a few dark lines here to give me some guidelines to get started with this.
So our music selection
we're using some more silent movie music today for our background music, and today is the first time we are that we're broadcasting on 3 platforms simultaneously. Last week we were able to podcast on Facebook and on Twitch, and this week we're including YouTube into that, and to try to gain a little more exposure, so more people see what we're doing here. We're just making a fun kind of action adventure, humorous kind of a strip that I think people will enjoy once we get it finished. It's taking me a long time to do it because I only have a few days a week to work on it because I have a pretty heavy schedule otherwise, and so it's coming along a little slowly. But we're biting away at it every week. This week we're going to have at least one page, maybe start another page. And we'll just knock them out a couple every week, until we get it done. This week I worked on my off time. I worked on the script, which is a very important part of this. I mean, I had to pinpoint exactly what the dialogue will be and what the caption words will be in each page. And today we're working on page 12, which is this one here. And these is the words that appear in these captions that I've got here. There's no actual dialogue balloons on this page. Anyway, let's get started here. Let's see. And that's somewhat helpful. Yes, it is. I think I'm going to put a few more black lines on this just to make sure I don't lose sight of what I'm doing here with this. don't want to ink this completely, or I just want to make sure I can see these lines that I need to recreate. So we got some silent movie music going. That's usually pretty good music to get you in the mood to watch some drawing. And the best news is that it's free.
So I'm just gonna test chat everywhere.
Alrighty. I forgot to introduce you guys again to my partner in crime, a wonderful producer over here, without which this show would not be possible.
Hello,
Jacoboom, the Jake Reed. He's over there
doing what I can, man.
Keeping me on camera. He's gonna check our chat, see if you guys are able to.
Ooh, Facebook coming through.
Facebook's coming through. All right.
YouTube is not.
Well, that's a bummer.
Oh. Oh, maybe it is. Hang on. It is. All right. We got chat in all 3 platforms. That's great.
Excelente.
Oh, that's great.
That is wonderful news. Now anybody who wants to talk to us can talk to us. And we're happy to hear from anybody who wants to drop in and say hello. We're just a fun little drawing show here where we make cartoons and artwork. And we hope that you join in to watch how we watch me do it.
It's just all about gaining exposure, trying to get the word out about the great Mike Jones draws. Maybe generate a little hype about some of these projects. Maybe sell a greeting card or a duvet cover or a shower curtain from Fine Art America.
No doubt. Yeah, we hope that you guys will go check out our Fine Art America site where we do sell my work. We still need to put a lot more individual pieces of art on the site. We've only got, I think, 10 pieces right now to choose from. But we're working on that as well as doing this. We've got a lot of different projects lined up to keep us busy for months and months. So I hope you'll stick with us and enjoy the creation of these fun things. My name's Mike Jones. No, not that Mike Jones. Different Mike Jones.
You already know the name.
Without just wondering, without us getting in any trouble for this, we are using public domain movie music. What movie are we choosing? Have we chosen for today? Last week
This is
we used
Robin
Safety Last.
Hood from 1922.
Robin Hood. Oh, that was the silent version with Douglas Fairbanks.
Correct.
That's actually a very good version. For anybody that has not seen it and doesn't like silent movies, you're missing out, because some of these movies were just absolutely excellent. This was a good movie. This was a good version. Of course, the most famous version of Robin Hood is always going to be the Errol Flynn, Olivia de Havilland version from 1938, the Warner Brothers, which is a wonderful movie. It has the benefit of sound and Technicolor, of course. But yeah, Errol Flynn inherited the types of roles that Douglas Fairbanks had played in the silent era. Douglas Fairbanks was the screen's first real action hero. He played movies like Zorro. He was in the first Zorro, which is really good, and he was in the Black Pirate, The Thief of Baghdad, which I recommend to anybody. That's a great fantasy film with really super special effects for its time, particularly. And he was also played D'Artagnan in one of the original big screen versions of the Three Musketeers. And so that was so successful, he made a sequel, The Man in the Iron Mask, which was also really quite good. Doug Fairbanks was a very successful actor. He was one of Hollywood's first superstars, really. Him and his wife, Mary Pickford, was really the first real movie star. She basically coined the term because of her.
Oh, Mary Pickford.
Mary Pickford.
She was a beauty.
Mary Pickford. She was a very beautiful, golden-haired, curly-haired beauty, and she was one of the first actresses to negotiate like $1 million contract.
Wow.
Yeah, this is, and together, for anybody who's really interested, together with Douglas Fairbanks, her husband, who was also a big movie star, and Charlie Chaplin, who was probably the greatest screen comedian, aside from maybe Buster Keaton, of the silent era, and a very famous director named D.W. Griffith, who was the first director to make a feature-length, a feature-length film. He was a great. Together they formed United Artists in 1919, I think it was, and that's they were able to, finance their own pictures and control the movies that they made, because back then all that was controlled by a few big studios, and they basically wrangled the rights to produce their own films, and it was a smart move. It was a real smart move. Almost ready to put this on the other paper as soon as I get a few more lines on here that I need. Oops. probably. So. I think that can be done. So. All right. I might need a new Sharpie for this, like that. Now let's see how it looks. Stuff over my hands, it gets on the drawings. Oh yes. Much easier to see it now. Oh, I got that one. Shoot. Okay. Alrighty then. This will be number 12. Then. And where's all this coming from? Let's pull it over a little bit. be back in just a second. Duty calls. I'll be back in 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. If you're just joining us, my name's Mike Jones, and I'm here with Jacob Boone Reed, and we're presenting our little drawing show for you. It'll get a little more exciting once we get to the inking part. This preliminary drawing stuff is unfortunately very necessary. Go a lot faster. This, now that I've done a little bit of ink underneath, makes it easier to see the lines.
Triple cast
That's really great, isn't it?
with chat working. That is really great. Makes me happy.
I know it does. Makes me happy too. Now, by doing this way, using the original layout for a guide, gives me a chance to go over it again and to fine-tune the drawing a little bit. Clean it up and make it ready, more acceptable for inking. It's really nice to be able to see the lines well enough to make sure I don't change it, compromise the original drawing. Because basically I got it where I want it now. Just go in and clean the lines up. This strip is kind of a borderline funny animal strip with pretending to be a serious action adventure. I do think the characters, given some time and working with them, with the stories over time, that I think the audience will get to like these characters. Just have to flesh them out a little bit. They will have their own dynamic, the way they work together and how they go about cleaning up crime in Valley City. That's their home. That's their home base, Valley City. Some of these pages had to be redrawn too to include the character of Willie Hoof, who I think is going to be one of our breakout characters. He's I guess sort of like a combination of confidant Alfred from Batman, a secret helper who also brings a lot of technical and engineering skills to the Mutton. He helps him devise his car, his equipment, and he monitors them from the secret Mutton lair in the junkyard, and helps them out that way, letting them know what's going on. They're constantly in touch. He stays behind. He doesn't actually participate in the field work, so to speak. You know, as the story progresses, when we get into I want to say our third issue, because I have another story in mind for the second issue. It's a plain adventure that sort of will introduce some other characters to the strip that will be in like the district attorney, Ben Fielding, and the various some wolves. The Wolf's Head Council, which I'll go into more later as we flesh it out. You'll see the Wolf's Head Council becomes the biggest thorn in the side of the Scarlet Mutton, bigger than any of the other villains that he faces. We've got some cool villains coming up. In the second issue, he's going to be facing off against a Master of Disguise who commits robberies that are pinned on him, and he has to clear his name and find out, because he's sort of like a Robin Hood with the people. People like him, but he is wanted by the police as a vigilante because he takes the law into his own hands, even though he helps the police. Seemingly, they think he's got another angle, of course, and of course, like the Green Hornet, he's able to infiltrate into a lot of the criminal organizations because he pretends to be a criminal himself. No one will ever know who he is because to the world, he's dead. I don't want to give away everything, but I do think that while we're making this, it's kind of maybe helpful for me to give you a little bit of insight as to what the character is, what he does. He eventually gains or attempts to, at first tries to gain the cooperation of the district attorney, who initially wants to arrest him, of course. He's wanted. But in a later adventure, not too much later, actually, that issue number 4 and 5 will chronicle the origin of the Mutton again in detail. We're going to go into all the different aspects of it. We're going to show things that we didn't show, that we're not going to show in the prologue recap origin that we're giving you in issue 1. We're going to be expounding on it a little bit and showing him how the Mutton actually captures Mason Pengate and his wolves, the ones who were responsible for killing his father and starting him on this crusade. And that's called an episode we're going to call Much Ado About Mutton, which I think is a very clever title. It plays on the Shakespeare title, Much Ado About Nothing, which is a famous Shakespearean play. All the titles for all the episodes of The Mutton are going to be done in serial style. Broken into three short chapters each adventure, and leaving a cliffhanger at the end of each chapter. And then at the end of the third chapter, they resolve that particular issue and they move on to the next. Of course, there will be some subplots where they'll be stringing you along to what could be building up over here in the corner, that the Mutton has yet to deal with. Things that in his personal life, maybe how he deals with isolation of being a dead man and not being able to actually come forth and claim his fortune. There in the origin story that we show how he gets some money, though he manages to steal money from the wolves who've taken over the company by going into the computer and siphoning money out of the accounts and stuff so he can finance his operation. That's just the beginning of his needling of the wolves. He becomes quite a thorn in the side of the Wolf's Head Council, who are the real criminals, the real masterminds behind crime in Valley City. All the other opponents that the Mutton will face off against in the early issues will be working for them. They're the ones that he's going to ultimately, if we ever end the strip, and I think I would probably like to do an ending for it when I get tired of drawing it, that actually resolves the whole thing like a serial. And the Wolf's Head capture, they're caught, and basically all crime has been cleaned up in the city, and there is no more reason for him to exist. I've always enjoyed the fact that Zorro had an ending to it. Once he had outed the corruption in Los Angeles back in the 1800s, there was no longer the need for the masquerade. He didn't need to wear a mask anymore. He showed to the world who he was, and he came back to normal life again. After he had saved the city. And I thought that was a natural conclusion for a hero story. Robin Hood concludes much the same way in most of the legends. He goes off to live happily ever after with Maid Marian after he's brought down Prince John and restored King Richard to the throne. This is all basic storytelling devices, that I think would incorporate well here. What do you think, Jacob Boone?
I think you're right.
Thank you.
I can't wait to see it all come together, Mike.
Me too. Me neither. I'm actually more.
I'm part
excited
of it,
about this
but
than.
It's really more in your head. You know what I mean?
Well, I think it's just like anything else. Any other comic, you're gonna have to read it to really get the full effect of the story.
Right.
It's gonna be a pretty fast-paced story. It's not gonna be too terribly complex, because I'd like it to be enjoyed by youngsters.
Well, I'm not really known for my patience, so I can't, like I say, I can't wait to see it all.
I kind of think that's the way it is with a lot of people these days. They don't really have much patience. They want to get right to the chase. But in a serial, that is not the way a serial works.
Right.
Okay? The serial leaves you hanging
Constantly.
week to week until the final chapter.
Think of all of our crazy ideas, it could be the best one yet.
I think it's definitely got possibilities as far as it sort of tells itself. I mean, I've got some cool villains that I worked up. I think that are going to bedevil the Mutton and his team. Most of the villains, as I was telling Jake earlier, most of the villains will die and will not come back. But there is going to be one villain, my Doctor Doom, who's going to come back every time. He always manages to narrowly escape, like the Joker, and comes back. And he's a scientist, a mad scientist who works for the Wolf's Head Council. Was hired by the Wolf's Head Council in his opening episode, to devise a inescapable doom trap for the Mutton and Lambo. We got some chat?
Yeah, I think so. I just saw it. Come on, pop up, do it. It's not gonna do it. Well, Nick Jones says yes, awesome.
Hey, Nicholas.
And
Thanks for coming by, son. I love you, man.
Sandro Seglia gives us a thumbs up as well.
Thank you, Sandro.
I wish the chat would have popped up though.
Hoe gaat het, jongen? Dankjewel. It's kind of hard to see what it's going to be until it's all done with a thing like this. You know, it's a piecework. It's sequential art. You know. But I've always wanted to do one of these, and for 40 years I've been talking about doing this, and I never actually finished one. I started many, but I never really finished one that I was satisfied with, because I always had trouble. I wasn't confident in my writing skills, and writing is half the battle if you want to be a comic book artist or cartoonist, unless you've got some, clever writers working for you, and I don't have the money to pay for that, so I have to do it myself. But this story kind of wrote itself, and it's somewhat of a knockoff of some other characters, but at the same time it's got an original slant to it, and I think I can inject enough humor into it to where it'll come across as on its own merits. There's been many satires and spoofs of superheroes and pulp heroes. I'd say this guy kind of falls into that pulp hero category, more or less. He's like the Green Hornet, really, a lot more than Batman, although he does have some Batmanish qualities. And it will stray into. You can't really do a story like this, without straying somewhat into the camp elements of it. And I thank you for coming by, Nicholas. I hope you're doing well. Kiss my granddaughter for me. Hope she's watching. Hello, Olivia. If you're watching, honey, it's Opa. It's really mostly. I mean, I think a lot of people take these comic book characters a little too seriously sometimes. I mean, after all, they're fictional characters, And I don't want to, look, I'm wearing a Batman t-shirt. I've been a Batman fan for 50 plus years. I love the character. I don't care who plays him. I don't care who draws him. He's always being recreated constantly for every generation, and I think I like all the versions of Batman. Batman speaks to or characters like that. The heroes, Zorro, Tarzan, these kind of characters, Flash Gordon, they speak to the adventurer in all of us, and the wish fulfillment fantasy of being able to do things that nobody can do. But I was going somewhere else with that. I'll get back to that in a minute. Heck. You right? No. Did I lose it? I lost it. There it is. I was hoping that hear from Brian Gonzalez today. He's got some new drawings that he wanted to bring over and show us.
Oh wow, okay.
I believe that he may show up. I don't know. He's got the day off.
Yeah, he's always got something wild.
Yeah, well, he just did a. He's constantly he's still basically considers himself in practice mode all the time. He's still practicing, and he did some. He's done some recreations.
Yeah.
He did a really nice Todd McFarlane Spawn. He did an awesome job with it. I saw it on his phone. I haven't seen the actual piece, but it looked really great on his phone. And he was real happy with it. And I said, well, bring it over. Let's show the people on the show, I would like to incorporate more artists into this because it would get a lot more done. If I could, but that's right now. I'm just happy just doing it this way.
That's unfortunate. So that's so weird. Like, if I chat, it doesn't come through, but if I type it as myself, blah. Then it comes through. Yeah, that's annoying. So only your chat comes through from Facebook, not anybody else's chat. That's
no good. We need to go back to just. I want my Facebook crowd, and
Well, I mean, I can still see it. I'm not gonna miss it like I did last week, but I want it to pop up on stream and be awesome.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Nick says every time I post a comment, it stops the live feed. Yeah, Nick. I'll sort it out. I'll sort it out eventually.
It was the first time we're trying to broadcast on triple platforms at the same time. We finally got it worked out to get on YouTube too, but that causes there's 3 different. I guess there's, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll figure it out eventually.
But your chat, Nick, still comes through, right? It comes through to you, but you just won't see it, and you'll have to. Does he have to restart the stream again if it knocks it off?
Yeah, he says he's on his phone, so maybe that's got something to do with it. It's always got to be something, you know.
Sure. They're not gonna make it easy for us, man. Okay, this baby, I think. Oh no, yeah.
Oh, okay. He says it works fine on the laptop. Good.
That's good.
Yeah, one step at a time. I wish it would just work.
Me too. All right, we're ready to shut this light off. And put the rest on
Commence
with
inking.
ink. All right, you can put all the lights on now.
Right.
I am going to be doing another one like that before the evening's over, but okay, this is what we've got from our original. Oh, that's a lot of light now.
Yeah,
Really,
don't
adjust
worry,
the brightness
don't worry.
there.
Give me one moment. One moment. Stand by. Nick says, I think doing a comic strip on these is an awesome idea too, by the way.
Why is that? Why is it? I mean, well, thank you, but
Could be our best idea, Nick.
it could be. I mean, it depends on if people like the comic strip, I guess. If they're not, if it's boring or it doesn't, whatever. This page is number page 12. Now my question is, should I do another one or should I ink this first?
Do whatever your heart tells you to do, Mike.
Okay, we got this page ready for inking.
I vote ink.
You vote ink? I mean, everybody likes to see the inking. And we got a brand new marker for that. This page can go over there. And we've got our dialogue here. But I'm not going to add that. All right. I'm gonna take 4 minutes, wash my hands, and take a quick potty break, and we'll be back to ink this bad bear. Stay with us.
Yeah, agreed, Nick. The original, that's a big plus. That's a huge plus. It's definitely something people can sink their teeth into.
Who we got?
Nick says, you asked him why it's an awesome idea. He says it keeps production going for your comic for one, and it's original art for two.
That's true. That's very true. Let's see, page. All right, this is page 11.
Mike's worried about people liking it. I think that's inevitable. I think
Somebody
anyone
will
who
like it.
sees it's gonna like it.
Somebody will like it, somebody won't. You know, I mean, it's the way it is. You just have to. I have to like it. You know, that's my thing. If I don't like it, then why am I doing it? You know.
Right. Nick says, here's an idea. Sheep have scent glands in their face and feet.
Okay. So what do I do with that?
Make them smell something with their feet.
I just think give them a cute sense of smell. That'd be good. Okay, what you're seeing on the screen is not what I want them to see right now.
That's not what they're seeing, Mike. Just relax there, buddy. That's what they're seeing. You're not even looking at your monitor. That's your monitor.
Are we on the air still?
Of course we're on the air still, sir.
It says be right back.
That's correct. I left the mic on.
Why?
Why not? You need a break. It's okay, man.
I am going to need that piece again anyway for some things. I get to ink this. Just a couple more minutes, folks.
Twan Vanderhoek and Joanna Jones also giving thumbs ups.
Thank you very much, ladies.
Yeah,
So nice to hear from you both.
I have to watch Facebook chat separately. And also, sheeps are stockier than goats. Can show them training, maybe bulling up with weights.
Yes, I'm going to be. That's definitely a thing I'm going to do. With Lambo and the mutton, there will be training in the mutton lair time to time. Listen, I'll be back in just a minute. I'm on a break right now.
Well, it's okay, man. You can break. Just trying to stay engaged, Mike.
It'd be nice to put up the, like I said, we need to make some Scarlet Mutton images to put up during the breaks.
Yeah.
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 You know, it's probably better to trace these, to redo them on the big paper when it's dark
Yeah.
out, and when we're not on the
Yeah,
air. Maybe.
yeah, like at nighttime, yeah.
And then that way I just come with ready ones, ready to do.
Yeah.
This one here is ready to ink. That one's ready to ink.
Okay.
So I can just
Yeah.
go straight to it.
Yeah, get them prepped for ink first.
Get some inking done. That's a good idea, bro. I'm almost ready to come back.
I'm digging the Robin Hood music though.
Well, it's an adventure story music. Yeah, the music that we're using today is in the public domain. It's from the 1922 film by United Artists for Fairbanks Productions for Robin Hood, the original Robin Hood, which I think is definitely a good movie. I have in my collection, and I think it's definitely worth a view. All right, let's start inking this thing. Okay, now get ready to ink Lambo, Scarlet Mutton's two-fisted assistant, his partner in the field. And he doesn't, believe it or not, despite his small size, he's quite the ass kicker. He's my Kato. And like Bruce Lee, who wasn't really a large man, he's still quite formidable. It's also helpful with these pencil lines pretty much perfectly in place, without without doing a whole lot of hard, dark shading lines with it. Makes it a lot simpler to ink. Oops. If I choose to change a line, it makes it a little easier to do it, because it doesn't require a lot of change, just perhaps a subtle difference. In addition, of course, to being good in a fight, Lambo is also an excellent driver. He drives the Ebony Racer, the name of their car. Excuse me, folks. Got an itch in my throat. Oh, get some water. We appreciate anybody who's watching today. We're finding this is our second week that we've been able to be on every Sunday. Second week in a row. We're going to try to keep that trend continuing. We missed several days because of various reasons beyond our control. And we believe that in order for this thing to work, we have to be consistent.
And healthy.
And healthy. Well, that helps. Unfortunately, I can't control that. But been doing quite a bit of work on the strip off camera during the week to get things ready for us to work on every Sunday. I got a couple other pages over here that are ready for inking. So if we get this one knocked out, we'll move on to another one, see if we can get two done. And there you have him, the Scarlet Mutton's trusted sidekick, valiant and ever resourceful Lambo. And in the next panel is equally important and trusted mentor, the brilliant Woolly Hoof. Willifred J. Hoof. Friends call him Wooly. He's a pretty laid back guy and incredibly smart on the technical level. Much like my producer here.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Where are you now? Yeah, sometimes art imitates life.
That's the best art.
I guess so. It's more. It's relatable. I appreciate Nick's suggestions. It could be some way to incorporate some of those into the story later.
Nick dabbled in writing, didn't he?
Nick does dabble in writing, and I would like eventually to work on some kind of project with him. I've asked him to, feel free to create his own little short story, maybe that I could turn into a comic, some kind of 5, 6, 7, 8 page
Illustrated
thing. Not, this. All right. Now, together with his trusted allies, the two-fisted Lambeau and his brilliant mentor, Willie Hoof, they make it their mission to safeguard, no, to, I wrote a different thing on there for that. To watch over, no, to safeguard Valley City, I think is what I put. Yes. Where did I write that though? I wrote that somewhere. Oh, no. Oh, I know what to do. Haven't heard from Scotty today. Yeah, surprised. He's usually lurking about somewhere.
Very supportive. He'll probably pop up on Twitch here. So all we gotta do is mention him, and then boom, there he is.
Is he there?
No, but usually that's how it goes. So, according to my calculations, he'll be here in the next 10 minutes.
Okay, now I need to put that stuff behind Wooly, but I'm going to do that. A little later on, we're going to add that.
Mandy Huffman, hi, big brother.
Hey, Mandy! How's it going, baby? Nice of you to stop by.
That's 3 minutes ago. Sorry, Mandy.
We're broadcasting on 3 different platforms today. We're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, and we're on Facebook. So we're having a little weirdness with the chat from all 3. Jake's got to check them separately. He can't watch them all at once. So if we miss you guys, if we don't respond immediately, that's just because we didn't see what you wrote.
She says, good, happy Sunday. Hi, Mandy. Aw.
Yes, happy Sunday. It's been a nice day. It's been a great day today. Having a lot of fun with this.
Just doing our usual.
Yep. Trying to work here on page 12 of the story.
She says, looking good.
Thank you. It won't probably resonate until after it's all completed, and then you can read it. It'll all make sense then.
Then it'll look amazing.
Well, we got the when we get the letters on it, the letters and the coloring, it will look amazing. It'll look top notch. Having a lot of fun with it.
It really feels like we're on to something here, Mike.
I kind of think we are, man. I mean, if people like the cartoon, like the comic, and they like the story, they like the characters, then we're on to something. My sister can tell you I've been wanting to do something like this, really do it. For 40 years I've been talking about this. I mean, that's no exaggeration. And I just never did it. You know, so no one to blame but myself. But of course, I never had much confidence, as I was saying earlier, in my writing ability, because I mean, I knew I couldn't find somebody to write this for me, to write something for me, because I never could find anybody that's going to stick with it, you know, without, you know, pay. And so I realized that I had to do it myself, regardless of how crappy the writing was. I had to do it myself. So I spent a little time coming up with this. And I'm pretty happy with it, actually. It has some potential, I think, if it's done correctly.
Oh, sorry. Little residual mindstorm electricity there.
What's that?
Nothing. Nothing.
For those of you just joining in, we're drawing The Scarlet Mutton, a new comic strip that I have laboriously invented, which I think has potential. But I guess we'll have to let the audiences and the readers be the judge of that. Scarlet Mutton and his companions are sheeple. People who look like sheep. And that is a hangover from an old idea that we had with when we were working with Phil Wick, who, I don't know, I suspect he could be watching too.
The dubious Phil Wick.
The dubious Phil Wick, keeping an eye on what we're doing. We had created with Phil comic strip, or we were going to create a comic strip. It was sort of political in nature, well, sort of very political in nature, and created a character called Blocker, which actually I thought had a lot of. I really did think that had potential if it, if under the right consistency and guidance, but things didn't work out between Phil and me.
Personal reasons.
Personally, and it just is too bad because it could have been something good. We did put a lot of work into Vlogger, I think.
You may have seen some of the blurbs.
Yeah, the blurbs. That was the first thing we did.
Our first adventure into animation.
I actually did. I guess I'm lying when I said I never completed a comic strip. I did complete a 17-page I Am Blocker comic strip. We called it the Farmside Chat. And then we did another, I guess a secondary one called, what was the name of that second piece with the vacuum cleaner on the front splash with Walter Willoughby? That's where Walter Willoughby was. Walter Willoughby was
Face the Nation,
Fleece the Nation. Yes, yeah. Yes. I guess you can see where that's going as far as being political. Where Mr. Flocker was our character. Flocker was skewering a senator who was a wolf. All the bad guys were wolves and the good guys are sheeple, and that's where this came from. This was the Scarlet Mutton is an offshoot of that idea, doing like a superhero kind of thing with a sheeple.
Lambo included.
And Lambo came out. Yeah, Lambo was originally going to be his own strip. In fact, I did about 8-9 pages of that, where he went to school with Flocker, and Flocker taught him about how not to be a sheeple.
Right.
Remember? I guess one of these days I'll break those out and show everybody those old drawings. But since Phil decided to go ahead and copyright the name, I Am Blocker. So I decided to go ahead and just, since we were no longer on speaking terms, I decided to go ahead and use the offshoot character that I created. And as a, I guess you want to say not a tribute, but as a, because I like the name Flocker, that's the name I gave the Scarlet Mutton as a secret identity, Trent Flocker. Originally, the idea for the Scarlet Mutton was that Lambo, who was the student of anti-sheepleism, was going to be sitting in class in one of the episodes of The Professor, and he was daydreaming that he's a superhero. Somebody calling?
Seems like it.
I wonder who this could be. Nick. What? Nick? Are we?
No, we're still live. He's having issues on his end.
Hmm? Yeah.
He's having issues. We're definitely still live.
Don't get me wrong, folks. I don't brush my son off that way all the time. But he can talk to me on chat.
Seems to be having some issues out there.
Yeah, I guess that's it. I wonder if those issues are caused by our triple broadcasting now. See?
Mandy didn't seem to have a problem.
No?
I mean, I can check it on my phone and it works. I don't know.
He never came back, did he?
Who?
Nick.
You
Still having problems, huh?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Don't know what to say there. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna go grab a refill, Mike.
Huh?
I'm gonna go get a drink.
Okay. Let's try a different pen for the small lines here.
Nick Jones. So weird. I tried to find your video on my laptop, but it only shows the link that you have to log into. I have it on my phone live, but stops every time you comment.
That's wild, man. There's always some problem. Why is that, man? Why can't we solve these problems?
I wish I knew, Nick.
I wish you knew. I wish we knew.
Because, on my end, it all seems normal. Like on my phone and on the computer. Have you tried cussing at it?
That's too much, too much.
Yeah, it just gives me the middle finger. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta fight fire with fire. Nah, I don't know, man. I wish I had an actual suggestion.
He's still not able to watch?
Well, it's just glitching out on him.
There, yeah. All right, what we need to do is, well, hold on a second.
To be fair though, Nick, it's kind of giving me the middle finger today too. I wish I knew why Facebook chat won't pop up on stream. I mean, it does if I type something as the broadcaster, but it doesn't show anybody else's comments, and that's a big middle finger to me. Okay. I'm seeing what you're showing me, Nick. I'll show that to Mike later. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna show it to him, Nick. It's good insight.
Okay, not too much more to do on this. Erase some of the extra lines. Add some more windows on there.
Right. Keep it PG.
Oh, I planned on doing that. It's going to be. It's definitely going to be.
He's throwing stuff at me on chat.
Keep it PG on the. Oh yeah.
No. Just I'll catch.
I'll be right back.
I'll catch you up later.
Getting a lot of pencil on my hands. Okay, you got a little bit of background to add up here in this panel. And we've got to ink the rest of our panel borders. And we'll be inserting the dialogue and the lettering last. And probably a couple more details. There's always a couple more details, it seems like.
Wow, Nick. That's really good stuff. Yeah, I believe some collaboration is in order here, man. This is some good ideas. I'm pretty sure Mike would like it.
I'm sure I would. I like all the stuff that he's shown me that he's written. It's just that he's writing novels.
Well,
and a novel takes forever to do. And I want something.
Novel here.
I just want something we can do, in a relatively short amount of time.
Here, I'll run this one past you right now. He says, there could be a wolf in sheep's clothing that is selling fake cud and it's poisoning people. And he has to resolve it. He uses his acute facial recognition to unveil the wolf. He can even go intense and show the breakdown of the face through his disguise, like match the wolf's eyes with his disguise and so forth.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
Right.
Okay, so
that's a good idea.
That's a good idea for a plot, for a story.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of other characters in the story that you have not introduced
you
yet.
yourself said that the first episode would be the Master of Disguise, right?
The first episode will be about
committing crimes.
This Master of Disguise that's hired by the Wolf's Head Council to commit crimes and pin them on the mutton, make it look as though he had done it. It's takeoff on an old Superman episode from George Reeves called "The Face and the Voice," in which they have another guy, they plastic surgery this thug to look like Superman, and he commits crimes to give Superman a bad reputation, to ruin his reputation.
Yes, but
now in our story, it's called "The Fleece and the Voice," which is definitely a takeoff on that. If anybody that knows Superman would recognize that immediately. But because it's a sheeple, is a fleece in the voice. And that's the name of the first chapter 1 of the second part, the second issue, where he fights this guy. And now this is when the female reporter gets involved. And this other sleazy private eye character who has some information about the mutton that may worry him a little bit later. His name is Ace Grazer. And the other, the woman, the female reporter, my Lois Lane character, if you will, my Vicky Vale, is her name is Daisy Meadows. She works for the Valley City Post. She's interested in finding out who the Scarlet Mutton really is, and so is a lot of people. And that's part of the ongoing thing in the early episodes is, who is he? They want to ferret him out. But yeah, I like anything that would make that more interesting. I'm for. I envision at the end another that the girl gets misled and led into a trap at a candle factory or a wax works. some kind, and she gets, he's going to boil her in oil like the Mystery of the Wax Museum. And of course, our intrepid heroes show up just in time to save her from a plunge in the wax. And of course, Verbosi ends up plunging in the wax, and he supposedly dies. And then they rescue her. And then she realizes that he's not really the bad guy that the press has been painting him out to be. So she becomes sort of a champion for him. She kind of likes him too. And that's the beginning of that relationship. Although she doesn't find out anything, that determines her to try to find out in the future. But she's grateful to the mutton for rescuing her. I know it's a trope, but these kind of tropes work in comics. Tell me again what he wanted to exactly what he was proposing.
The gadgets to be like more rugged, and so like it's his acute facial recognition.
Oh, okay.
You could expound on that.
Yeah, what is he going to use it for? To find out who this guy is?
Right.
Okay. Well, he knows that he's being. Obviously, he's not the one pulling these robberies, and he knows it, and he realizes the press is having a field day, raking his name through the mud, because basically, even though he's wanted by the police, he's still kind of a Robin Hood to the people. People like him. Okay, and they start to disbelieve in him and think that he's really turned bad or whatever. Then he'll no longer be able to be effective, as a champion for the people. So he has to clear his name, and it's a simple story. Again, we got to tell these stories in like 10 or 20 pages. It can't go on. I mean, there can be subplotting, and there can be continuation into the next chapter for certain plot elements. But as far as the basic, in each issue should be sort of self-contained for whatever villain he faces. And I think most of the time the villains will die. Very few of them are going to return. Damn, I just screwed that up. I need a fresh thing of whiteout. I thought I had one.
You need a whiteout pen.
Yeah. I do. Oh, I got some more Sharpies. Good. I thought I had some extra whiteout. I just stuck it away. Apparently not. Uh-huh. Yeah, I guess I'll go to get Michael's and get a whiteout pen. Definitely could use one.
Wonder if Brian has one.
Oh, I think he does. Well, Brian hasn't been doing a whole lot of inking. I'm going to go rinse my hands off. I'll be back in 30 seconds. inking process is definitely a little more tedious than the penciling. It goes a little slower. Somebody here?
I don't know. Whoa, Marshall's on it.
Marshall's always here. God. Oh. Making it worse.
Speak of the devil.
Brian?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Hey, Brian.
How you doing?
Good, bro.
Do you have a whiteout pen? No? Okay. Just a guess.
I didn't think he did.
Yeah, I
We
got
had a-
this. I'll
we
put
had a
this
bet.
spawn here for whenever you want to look at it. It's right behind me.
Yeah, man. If you hadn't seen it, Mike,
What's that? How you doing, Brian?
his spawn. The one you had mentioned earlier?
What, the drawing?
Yes.
Yes, he brought. I knew he brought it. I wasn't sure if he was gonna come over today or not.
Covered in Marshall hair. So what's new, Brian?
Same old stuff.
Yeah, same here, same here.
Delivering pizzas, drawing pictures, and playing video games.
Good word. We're streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook right now.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna start doing some digital art today. What I want to do is like one digital art and one like paper piece, like one each of each per week. That'd be good. Gotta learn software. Good job, Mike. This looks good.
Hmm?
Good job, man.
Oh, thank you.
Coming right along, huh?
But a lot better than some of the new stuff you see at the comic book store for sure. I just can't find
I,
what it looks like.
I'm having to transfer the pencils onto nicer boards than I had before. and redo the pencils, and then ink them. We're going to leave all the letters off of it until such time as we actually letter it. And we're going to be doing that with a font. With the computer. Not by hand, because my hand lettering leaves something to be desired, at least in terms of what Comixology is asking for.
Yeah. Fightcade?
In the ROM set. Basically, it's you ever see the people like, how are you guys playing Street Fighter 2 tournament online, like in 2021? Or how are you playing?
What, like net play? You mean 2-player over the internet?
Oh yeah.
That's what you.
Oh
Yeah. Okay. Nah. Yeah. I've seen that.
Bro, every game. I was playing Metal Slug last night.
Oh, nice.
Like with.
It looks to me like these balloons, these caption boxes may be a little large for what I'm going to put in there.
I can fit the text accordingly.
I know, but they may be a little large. You don't want the lettering to change size from panel to panel. It's got to be the same. You can't just have large letters in one panel and then another one have small ones. That doesn't work. All the lettering in the balloons has to be the same size. So if you've got a big box and you only have one line to put in it, you just have to center it right in the dead center of it.
Right.
But I don't want to leave a whole. It's unnecessary to leave a giant space.
White space.
Too. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna leave these. I want you to.
Card stomp, man.
If you could put. Hey, Scotty, what's up, buddy?
Summoning complete. My timing was off, but.
Well, you weren't that far off because it was only 20 minutes ago that you said that.
Right.
We knew you'd be by, Scotty.
He says,
Just a matter of time. Is he on Twitch?
Yes.
We're on YouTube today, Scotty, too.
Yep. Triple cast.
And we're working on page 12 of the Scarlet Mutton story. And getting ready to start working on page 11. No, page... what's the one I had ready? I had already ready. I think I'm just going to stop this and wait till we finish. I don't know. I don't know how that lettering is going to fit in there, man. If I put it in there, I still got to erase it. You know what I'm saying? So I know what it's going to say, and I know, but I changed it a little bit. I got a bigger box here than I need probably. And I changed the shape of this box to accommodate. So, what would happen if we can't really put the lettering on this paper?
No.
So, I don't know. How would I? Well, okay.
We'll fix it in post-production, Mike.
Yeah, but in post-production, that's fine. But I want to have some... I'd like to have some nice original copies of the artwork.
I mean, I see your point.
Originally,
I know what you're
comics are
saying.
supposed to be lettered on the paper, but I'm very poor at lettering, and I don't want it to look. I mean, since they've got these high standards at Comixology, I'm afraid I'm going to have to use a professional lettering font to make it look right. Okay, so that's where that's at for now. That's page 12. So page... Oh, I hear the one I was going to work on. You put this one back over there. This is page 3. No action shots. Oops, no action shots until we get to the adventure, which is starts on page 14. 14 and 15 will be a splash page, double page splash, and we'll go from there. Most of that has to be redrawn because I have rewritten it with the inclusion of a new character. So we're going to have to do the panels again, and I'm still going to keep the same basic stuff going on. I'm just going to add a character with a little more dialogue and have a consistent car. When I first started drawing this, the car changed from panel to panel because I couldn't decide what it was going to look like. And the characters have also kind of changed a little bit as I've drawn this. So now I've got a more consistent look to them and more, what's the word? Help me out here.
Cohesive? Consistent?
No,
I like
consistent, but
streamlined.
the characters don't change from panel to panel. They don't, they're not changing. I know what they look like now, and I know what the car looks like now because I've drawn it God knows how many times. And it's still not the greatest car, but it's I think it's much better than the original ones that I had in my first sketches. So I'm going to go with it, and as the strip evolves, I guess, as most strips do, if I do enough of them, they will get slicker and a little more evolved. But continuity is what I was looking for.
There you go.
Continuity has to remain consistent.
By the utter definition.
I'm getting all these little smudges from it's really driving me nuts. Just
You need some wet naps.
I do. I need some paper towel or at the very least.
You want me to go get you one?
Please.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, on this page, after page 2, it goes into, page 3. Start off by him stating that he's certain that his father's murder was the work of this guy, Mason Pengate, and is in league with the wolves to try and appropriate, steal the family company, the empire. And but he has no real proof of his guilt, so he says as he's standing in front of his father's grave. And now with his dad gone, he's the only one left that can stand between Pengate and his nasty, nefarious plans. So he reasons that if they're willing to kill his father, then they have no. It's only logical that they'll move against him next if they want to take the company. Thank you, sir. And he doesn't know when or where or how they're going to strike. But he knows they will. And he decides to get away in order to safely plan some kind of strategy. So he outfits a boat, telling no one, outfits a small boat and makes for the sea, hoping to buy some time. But the wolves are very clever. Here he is making his way to sea. Here he is reasoning all this, thinking like a medium close-up of him, still in front of his dad's grave. So he heads out to sea, and then on page 4, it goes further. The time is the one thing he doesn't have. That's the first line of page 4, which I guess we could show you page 4. Page 4 is also ready to ink. Could you bring page 4 over here? Thank you, sir. Page 4 is one we were working on, I think, a couple of weeks ago, last time when we penciled this one out, where he gets on the boat and a big explosion, which I think I'm going to change this kaboom a little bit, make it more of a big, maybe not even have a onomatopoeia, I'm not sure yet, and time's the one thing he doesn't have. I got all this laid out here, the lettering, but I didn't want to do it actually on the pages. I'm going to do it with the font. Pengate has planned his work well. He knows Flocker's suspicions of him, and he's had him closely watched all along. And his associates managed to plant a timed explosive on his boat shortly before he set sail. The battered Flocker barely survives the blast. He's flung into the sea, where he clings for dear life. Minutes pass like hours as he tries to maintain consciousness. All seems lost. But then, out of the foggy darkness, a miracle. And then it goes on to page 5, which, I don't know, do I have page 5 drawn? Yeah, I do. It's ready for inking also. How about that? I don't need that. Page 5. We got all 13 pages drawn that are ready to go with this dialogue. Let's see, page 5. Once again, strange fate has intervened. He's rescued from certain death by the unlikely yet timely arrival of two of his friends, two old friends. Two old friends from his past who have their own reasons to hate the wolves. Willifred J. Woolly Hoof, a former close friend and a disgraced associate of his father's, who has also kept a secret eye on him since his dad's tragic death. And Lambo, another face from his past, who's now working for Wooly. He says, just take it easy, Trent. Don't try to talk. Everything's all right. You're in safe hands now. We're lucky we got to you in time. He's like, what? Wooly? He's hardly even, not sure. He can't believe what he sees. Can't believe he's been rescued. And he says, that's right. He says, that's right, son. We know what you're up against, and we've come to help. So in the next scene, page 6. Did I get page 6 done?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
Well, here, we'll just keep it together.
Page 6. He says, a thick rolling fog proves helpful in aiding their escape. And Wooly says, but now, first, we got to get you out of here. Full speed, Lambo. And they head into the fog. Hastily, the two Samaritans spirit the wounded flocker safely away from the scene before authorities can arrive. They succeed in evading capture, and Flocker disappears into hiding, into outskirts of town to Hoof's salvage yard. And They said they disappear into hiding to heal, to think, and to wait. And of course, time passes and an intense investigation ensues, and all these headlines: Flocker error missing, foul play suspected. I still have to clear. These are not. I haven't figured out exactly which order to do this properly, so I didn't. Here it says Flocker error now declared dead, but he shouldn't be declared dead until page 8. Shouldn't have a headline. This headline should be something else, like they're still searching. Search for Flocker continues, something like that. And here's our Walter Willoughby, our newscaster character. He'll be in anytime we have a newscast, he'll be the guy on there, and he's saying something like, authorities conclude that the explosion was indeed caused by a bomb, but so far no suspects have been arrested. And despite a thorough search, Flocker's body has yet to be recovered. It is believed that Flocker may have been consumed in the shark-infested waters. But for now, his fate remains unknown. And on page 7, he goes. Which I have not drawn, which I have done the preliminary sketches for. Only, I've done preliminary sketches for them. This is the next page where, they say, well, Trent, he says, this is different than what I have here. This page, what page is this? Page 7? Yeah. Well, Trent, it seems they're about to declare you legally dead. What happens now? And he's like, good question, Wooly. I've given this a lot of thought. Since everyone thinks I'm dead, yes, go on. Well, suppose I just stay dead. Stay dead? Yes, of course. It just might work. Trent Flocker can't possibly beat these wolves alone. But maybe someone else could. And it goes to page 8, where the conversation is going to have page 8.
Yeah.
The conversation continues. Now, bear in mind, this is what I'm calling this a prologue. The first 13 pages is sort of a recap of the origin. I'm leaving out certain details that are going to be filled in when we do the actual origin story in issue 3, which will be called Much Ado About Mutton. The first episode after this recap origin is called To Catch a Lupine, or You Can't Pull the Wool Over My Eyes. Okay, so, and he goes, what do you mean, Trent? He's like, what do you mean someone else? He's like, well, just this, Wooly. We all have reason to hate the wolves, right? We've all been victims of their evil cruelty. But what if the three of us work together? Think about it. With our combined talents, we can become a formidable force against these wolves. And Wooly says, that's an interesting proposition. What do you think, Lambo? And Lambo's like, yeah, bet that. We could kick some wolf ass. I'm in. And how about you, Wooly? Well, Trent, come to think of it, I would love the chance to get even with these damn wolves, too. And it goes to the next page. I need all the pages, man.
All the pages.
We're almost done with this. These all of it will be redrawn a little bit. Okay. Then it goes to where I have to break it up. I had a couple of extra panels that I had a couple extra panels here I didn't need, so it says essentially the same thing in 2 different scenes, so I cut it shorter. He says, I'm in. He says, I'm in. But how do we accomplish this? Yeah, how? He says, by going underground. We'll form a secret team using the junkyard as base. With your expert knowledge of electronics and engineering, And here's the line that I have trouble with here. Combined, and Lambo's unique combat skills. I'm going to use that because I'm just
Okay.
okay. Combined with my tactical leadership, we'll give these wolves what they deserve. And so it was. Flocker declared legally dead. That needs to be here. Flocker heir declared dead. Body never recovered. Blah, blah, blah. He showed some time. He showed the grave. He showed the grave with the leaves blown over it. You know, he's been dead. I'm still not sure what date to put on there, what date he died. I think like 1995. Maybe just have this take place in the 90s or something. I don't really know that yet. But then, that will be one page like that. These 4 panels right here will be one page. And then it'll start another page. This will be the top of another page with these panels here, with these, so there'll be these panels right here, basically stretched out a little bit, of course. And he says, okay, Trent Flocker, it's official. Trent Flocker no longer exists. In his place will rise another. A mystery sheep. One that's free to seek out and punish the wolves who killed my father. One who can beat them at their own game. One who can restore justice to Valley City. And since he's the result of spilled blood, red will be his color. Criminals will fear his name. And then we go to a splash. This panel here is going to become one big splash page. And so a new crusader for justice is born. A daring and resourceful master rider of the night. The mysterious hero of the sheeple. The Scarlet Mutton. And then it goes into the last page 12, which we were just working on. What did I do with page 12?
It's already back over there.
Here's the original. You see the original. Now together with his trusted allies, the two-fisted Lambo, and his brilliant mentor, Woolly Hoof, they make it their mission to safeguard Valley City from the evil wolves who seek to prey upon the vulnerable and shear the innocent. Don't miss a single pulse-pounding episode of The Scarlet Mutton. And now my final page, where it actually starts the next story, is a total ripoff. I did this, I guess, maybe you guys saw this too. This is where the story begins with the actual adventure, and now, to protect the rights and lives of decent sheeple everywhere, rides the Scarlet Mutton. And it plays just like the opening of the Green Hornet there. And then we go to a double splash page after that on page 14 and 15. And we get into the adventure where he has to face against Big Al Lupine, a dangerous racketeer and gangster who's trying to smuggle large shipments of opioids across the state. And the Mutton makes it his business to stop him before it can leave the Harborside docks. And therein is our story.
Nick asks, how many pages will it be? So you
How
see
many pages?
The prologue there is about 13.
The prologue is exactly 13 pages. And
we're thinking 20 to 25.
then I'm thinking 20 to 30. 20 to 25. I mean, it doesn't, whatever it ends up being, but I think it was going to be definitely over 20 pages for the actual adventure. Plus there will be a table of contents page also in the inside frontis of the book, and a back cover and a front cover. I haven't decided what I'm going to put inside the back cover yet. It might be just some I don't know. Can we self-advertise for our characters in the inside back cover? Like for the new fall covers we're working on?
No.
Can't do that.
No.
can't promote our
No.
line of comic
Not,
books.
no. No.
Okay. Well, I guess then one of these days I'm going to have to get the money to print it without anybody telling me how and what I want printed.
Well,
And that would mean I'd have to have the money to pay for our distribution and all that. And that's seriously.
Card Stuntman says
Yeah.
comic books are usually 21 pages, I think.
Yeah, roughly. I was saying between 20 and 25, 22, somewhere along those lines. I think I've got about probably 12 or 13 on that story already, maybe. And I know that I need to draw at least 6 more
Says,
for sure.
But
So-
graphic novels can go forever.
well, yeah, graphic novel, but this is not a graphic novel. I mean, eventually, if I do enough of them, I could put it together
Right.
and reprint it as an annual or something and reprint the older stories. But I need to have a few stories under my belt
Single
first.
serving comic, easily digestible.
Yeah, and that's what I want, really. So that's where we're at. Let's get back to the. What was I going to do? Ink that page? Ink that one page?
Well, now that we have the entire pile right here.
This was the one I was going to ink right here.
Oh, right.
And this is the original. I decided to put this up here instead. It's just read better that way. I find it's actually beneficial to do these practice pages before I do a final page, because it just makes it a lot neater and not as so much erasing going on, and
Kind of gives you a chance to edit on the fly.
yeah, edit it. It gets yourself edited. I think I've been through this dialogue probably 6 times before I could concise it down to where it reads quickly and easily, and it keeps on moving. It's got to keep moving.
Every time I see the words graphic novel, all I can think about is Max Payne.
Why?
Well, it's a video game based on a graphic novel.
Oh,
Card Stuntman loves doing multiple roughs and prelims. Gives you a chance to work out all the kinks, shake all the bubbles out.
it does.
Right. He says that way I can see what the problems are going to be. Exactly. Precisely.
Yes, when I wrote this thing first I didn't really know how I was gonna illustrate the story. I didn't know how I was gonna best tell it, and I didn't want to go into some super long origin.
Exactly.
At least not yet. I think I'm going to expand on that origin for sure, because there's a few unanswered questions.
Well, fix one thing and break another.
Yeah, exactly.
It's true with auto repair. It's true with streaming.
If it ain't one thing, it's another. That's for sure. Oh, Scotty, tell Scotty we're using silent movie music for our background music.
Yeah, 1922 Robin Hood. Today's musical selection. Brian don't have anywhere to sit in here, man.
Yeah, I know. It's I told him that he's more than welcome to sit out there and draw. We'd come out and see him on breaks. I mean, I can't do anything about that.
Oh, come on. We can do 11
Where's he gonna
things.
sit?
We can do 11 things at once.
Yeah.
I do it all the time.
Sure you do, Mr. Multitasker.
Okay. Card Stuntman doing his part.
What's that?
Says got my first vaccine shot. Get the next one in 3 weeks. Have
Awesome.
you and any side effects? Anything at all, or is it just another day? Like, how do you feel?
There's been, according to some stats I've read and seen on the radio, heard on the radio, there's been like 4 people out of like 100,000
Says
that have experienced serious side effects from it.
Okay.
That's a pretty good.
Yeah, man.
Average.
Seems safe. He says sore arm. That's gone now. Other than that, nothing. Well, good. Okay. So anybody who's afraid,
Most of the people we know you and I know have gotten the shot. I have not gotten it yet. I will. I'm just not the kind of guy who gets like the first in line for something brand new like that.
right? I'm a little apprehensive myself.
That's the word. That's the very good word. But I think I'm going to give into it. I think it's only logical.
And nobody wants the COVID. Nobody wants to spread the COVID.
And nobody wants any side effects either,
Right.
which could come.
I don't think it's gonna alter
might
my
not-
DNA or anything.
No.
Nothing crazy, but
No.
Oh, he says they're giving them out right next to his house. Well, that makes it easy.
I would say.
Yeah. Wow. Well, yeah, you got to snipe it. He says he waited for it to die down and then went when nobody was in line. That's brilliant.
Yes, it is, indeed.
I'm pretty sure the CVS by my house gives them out. I know they do the tests.
Yeah, they do. I got a test when I suspected I thought I might have some symptoms, and I tested negative. And the test results came back within a day. They told me it would take 3 days. It took 1.
Okay, he got the Pfizer vaccine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was one of those vaccines that was giving people problems. Like they had to recall them or something. There was like 1 million doses they had to trash.
Right, I heard about that too. Yeah. Was that a Johnson and Johnson product?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yep. He says the second shot. He says I heard the second shot can hit you with some side effects. Well, let's hope.
That's what I've been told. And Johnny, a guy we work with, Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny got the second shot and said he felt like crap for a couple days.
Oh wow. Huh.
But it wore off.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's your body building the immunity, huh? That's the vaccine doing what the vaccine does.
Yep.
Dude, I get all my news from Twitch chat. I don't know if that's... I don't know what that
Well,
means.
speaking of which, that's an interesting subject you're bringing up because I saw something. I got something from Kenny. When we were, on our collecting television, you got this one series called Deadline from the 1958-59 season, and it's about journalism. And there's a really wonderful little documentary interview included in this package of, I think it's like 39 episodes or something, and about journalism, from an interview with a guy who is like the head of the journalism school or whatever at some college. He's really an accredited guy. He's covered all kinds of stuff, and he talks about how journalism has changed and how the Fourth Estate, as it's called, we used to have people back when you had 4 networks, 3 networks. We had people we trusted to listen to every night: Walter Cronkite, Dan Rather, Tom Brokaw, Peter Jennings, people like that. We were getting news what we felt was accredited, coming from a respectable, reliable source. And when there is no reporter, not one single reporter, that works for Facebook. Okay?
Yeah.
Not one.
Yeah.
Everything you're getting from Facebook, you're getting from somebody who knows where they got that information.
Yep.
There's no way to track it down. There's no way to verify. And with all the anti-journalist shit that went on during the Trump administration with the fake news, and how the journalists have become the enemy. People aren't reading newspapers anymore.
Yeah.
They're dwindling down. But the thing of it is like, are these people who they're writing these stories, are they accredited? Where are they getting their shit? Is it all just coming out of their head? Is it their Because back in the old days, all opinions were put on the opinion page.
Right.
And that's strictly where they were. The only thing we cared about is who, what, when, where, and how.
Unbiased.
Unbiased reporting.
Yep.
You know, and I'll tell you what, without a free press, that's what this country, this democracy is founded on.
It's not journalism, it's propaganda.
You can't have a democracy without a free press.
Right.
And if we don't trust the press, then who are we going to get our information from? Who do we trust? Hubba, hubba, hubba. Who do you trust?
Mm-hmm.
It's an awesome interview, and I wish you guys would watch it. I think you should watch it. The guy is much more, and he says it a lot better than I just did. And this guy was right. I believe him. And he thinks it's a sad state of affairs what we got today. I have to agree.
I agree as well. Yeah, you should not be allowed to just spread lies unchecked.
That's right.
But who's to say? Yeah, it's just so confusing, exactly.
How do you know who's telling you the truth? You have to be very critical and skeptical.
The truth is out
everything we read. Huh?
The truth is out there. Very X-Files.
Somewhere.
I wish I could cue the X-Files music.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that's copyrighted.
Yeah, but it's never been more divided than it is today. That's my opinion.
It's true. Well, you got a lot of sources to get your news, but are they really reliable?
Right.
That's the key.
Boy, Nick's gears are turning. He's just firing all kinds of ideas at me, man. I'm gonna go over all this with you after the show, Mike.
What's that?
All this Nick's coming up with. He's been messaging me privately over here.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh wow.
Just tell him that I'm not going to radically change the story that I've got.
Well, it's good for future episodes,
But yeah, if he creates his own storyline with his own characters to face against my Scarlet Mutton character, we'll incorporate it.
Yeah, man.
You know, but it has to fit into the. It has to fit into what I've already created, because I'm not going to redraw the whole thing over again.
Scotty says, he says, I sold a painting yesterday, so I am celebrating.
You started what?
He sold a painting yesterday.
Oh, wonderful. Which one? Which one? I thought you sold a painting every week.
I need to buy one, man. He's got some amazing looking stuff.
He does.
SVR. What is SVR? SVR.
Oh, you asking me?
Well, you should know.
I don't know what SVR.
He
I know what that
assumes we
means.
should know.
I should know what that means?
Yeah. What is that?
Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Stevie-
Okay, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Yeah, okay. I know. I mean, he's doing rock and roll people.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, Stevie Ray Vaughan. That would be him.
There it is. There it is.
That was a good. The one with the one with the red hat.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a real killer one. It got a lot of good response on Facebook.
Nice.
It was beautiful. I commented on it also.
We've got a visiting artist in the house,
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Brian Gonzalez.
Yeah.
He just finished up a commission piece, a Todd McFarlane Spawn. We might show that later.
I think we should. I told him I would show it. In fact, I'm going to be taking a break here shortly to go check on him. And make a fresh drink. And then I'll be back to ink some more of this. This page here should go fairly quickly.
Yeah, we're cooking with Crisco, man. We're rolling. Sharpies are sharp. Sharpies be sharp.
It would take a lot longer to ink this with a brush, man. And I'm going to have to do it eventually, but I'm too lazy to do it right now. I want to get something done.
I think you could just go back and touch it up.
I can go
with the
back
brush.
and
Just
yeah, go back and
solid
touch up
fills.
the big areas of black. And
Yeah.
Really, you just give it a clean. You're right, man.
Yeah, the Sharpie's great for the lines, but for the fill, not so much.
I agree. Like I was telling earlier, tell Scotty, been looking at a lot of comic stuff lately, and got a lot of inspiration for some of my future faux cover ideas and for some other layouts. The thing about Sharpies is they don't stay crisp long.
Yeah.
That's why you got to have plenty of them on hand.
Who could argue with a wolf in a suit?
Especially a wolf with a suit carrying a gun underneath it.
Right.
A lot of these guys. These guys are just some. There are some sheep in the town that are in league with the wolves, like this guy Pengate. He's an evil sheep,
Right.
and he uses the wolves as muscle, but he's really also kind of a low echelon bad guy when he compared that he's really working for the Wolf's Head Council, which is our specter, our thrush, the evil organization that Hydra,
The Illuminati.
the Illuminati, exactly that. And that's going to be the ultimate aim of the Scarlet Mutton, is to get to those guys eventually.
Keep your Sharpie sharp. Keep inking.
Is that what Scotty said?
Nah, that's just I adapted it.
Oh, from my keep your pencil sharp.
Yeah.
You notice that when I was watching the broadcast last week, I didn't say that this time. I didn't say it the first time. The first time I never said that. First time.
We need a chair for you, man. You want this stool?
What?
Sit on?
How you doing, Brian?
I'm doing good, man. I'm strong.
Okay, cool.
Sit on the couch.
Probably more comfortable than sitting on the floor.
Yeah, I don't.
You know, I got a stool right. Where's that stool at? Right under there, man.
You want the stool?
If he wants to sit down in here, he can hang out for a while.
Girl, right here,
I just don't want you to be on like here visiting and like actually not visiting.
I'm doing a David Finch Aphrodite cover.
Okay. David Finch.
Oh, who?
David Finch. He's on YouTube. You can watch all the videos. He's been doing like he's been doing comics since like Image first started.
I don't know the name, man.
He used to work with like Todd McFarlane and
Todd McFarlane, I know.
He's a
because of Spawn.
comics professional.
Yeah, he's a pro.
I'm kind of tethered to the chair here.
I don't know. Right now, the main thing is to have fun with it and just try to do the best I can.
Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, I guess. Alright. Does Corey know Brian? Has Corey met Brian?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I told him, Brian suggested that he wanted to come over here today. I told him, well, you know, I can't really spend a whole lot of time talking to you till after the broadcast, you know. And he said, well, I'll just hang out with Corey in the front. He doesn't mind, does he? And I said, no, I don't think he'd mind at all.
Okay.
Because, you know, he comes over here and he actually sits and draws.
Yeah.
And I think that's great. He does some nice stuff, so.
Yeah, it gets better every time.
Absolutely.
Just like you.
Yeah. I'm really trying to have fun with this, man. I need another ruler. Dude, this ruler's a piece of shit.
It's not straight anymore.
It's straight, it's just got one side has a little kink in it. If I'm not paying attention, I use that side. I
a little bump in your line?
Little bump in my line, yeah.
Yeah.
Annoying.
Don't need no bumps in the lines.
No bumps in the road, man. I got enough of them.
So, whiteout pen and new ruler.
New ruler and finished. Gonna have to do one Sunday. I'm just gonna have to sit down and then to try to ink a whole page with a brush. You know, just it's gonna take forever. But and if I make an error, it's over. You know.
Well, that's what the whiteout pen is for.
I guess.
Jim Lee uses a whiteout pen. Okay?
I know he does.
It's
I know
acceptable.
He does. I know it's acceptable. I'm not afraid of a whiteout pen.
You're afraid
Except
of
when you go to color, after you use whiteout on this thing, and you go to color it over on the original, that whiteout part won't take the color.
Yeah, that's true. True. That's why you're the artist. I'm the engineer.
Check. All right. I'm gonna take a quick break. Okay, quick break. Come back and finish the boat.
Moseying over.
Come back and finish the boat, and then we're done with this page. I guess we get started on another one.
Yeah, man, we are just
I don't care. I
full
mean,
steam ahead here.
right now I need to take a couple minute break. Folks, thank you for joining us. For those of you who stayed with us and have been patient, we appreciate you. Believe me, it gets a little better once it starts moving along.
The boat.
The boat, boss. The boat. Yeah.
Card stump, man.
The boat, boss. The boat. Yeah, I finished the boat, man. Das Boot.
No, that's wrong.
What's wrong?
No, just derail. Wrong stream.
Moseying. You got a ruler I could use real quick, Mike? You got a ruler I could use real quick?
Huh, I'm looking for one that works for me. Let's see. I probably have more rulers. I just go look.
Or a flat side of a book.
All right, here, choose this.
That'll work. So I'll give you that.
Trying to find my other. I know I got another rulers somewhere. Must be over there in my. Oh, it's probably in that other box over there. I'll have to go look when I take a break.
Don't have to be. I gotta get this measure, these measures. Start my figure from here. No. Start my figure from
What was that? Fantasy Island? Is that what that was?
Fantasy Island. That's
Yeah,
right.
Okay.
Love boat on land.
Yeah, okay.
With Ricardo Montalban,
Sure.
who used to have. I'll never forget. He used to sell these cars on TV. The Cordoba.
Okay, I remember the Cordoba.
And he
with
was
a B.
He was the spokesman for it.
Ah, so just cheesy all around.
He made a lot of money doing that.
Sure.
Same time that Lauren Green was selling Alpo dog food.
Okay.
Probably made more money doing that than he did playing Pa Cartwright. Commercials are very lucrative, I'm told.
Yeah, selling out, I hear, is pretty, lucrative. Pandering, yes.
Pandering.
pander to the masses.
Dude, I would sell out in a heartbeat.
Hey man, you get rid of it, right?
Well, you're just a sellout, you know? You really are.
Fine Corinthian leather.
Yeah, yeah. I remember that. My father was a car salesman back then, and he laughed at that commercial. He
Dude, I remember there was
said, "Corinthian leather, my ass."
I remember there was a carpet salesman commercial from when I was a kid, and the guy's punchline, man, he was so creepy. He said it with this eat shit smile on his face. He's like, I don't care about making money. I just love to sell carpet.
Yeah, sure. Sure. What a liar.
But, you know, its purpose was served because to this day I still remember it.
Oh, of course.
Like, vividly.
That's what I'm talking about with advertising. Advertising, you know, you remember those jingles and
The
you remember
ridiculousness.
Yeah, you remember the scrubbing bubbles going down the toilet. You remember please don't squeeze the Charmin and stuff like that because they were really catchy and they repeated them so often you couldn't help but see it, you know? And it just sticks in your mind. That's what it's supposed to do. That's what they want.
Right, yeah, exactly. It's science.
I'll be back in just a moment. I've got to take a quick break. Thank you, and stick with us.
Muting the mic.
Welcome back, everybody. We're working on page 3. Now, we're just sitting here looking at some stylized comics from the 90s. And looking at all the different art. You know, but again, that stuff was like very serious, you know, a style of very serious style of art. It's not, what I'm doing is basically comics. Comics. That stuff is like, has gone way beyond comics. It's like illustration. You know, it's like
A-list.
It's like everybody has to match up to Alex Ross or somebody like that to be viable today. And I don't think that's necessary when you're doing a comic like this.
The best example of that's Jim Lee.
With Jim Lee's, you know, he's
every studio had to find a new Jim Lee.
I love Jim Lee, okay, but Jim Lee's stuff is also superhero, adventure, action stuff. This is not that type of a comic. This is more like,
It really is.
it is, but it isn't. It is, but it isn't, because the characters are simplified. They're not. There's not so much detail and cross-hatching and tiny little muscle lines and all this stuff in these. This is a cartoon character. He's like Popeye. I could draw him in 7 lines. I could draw this
I
character.
got you.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, cool. We got our first bot in chat.
Our first what?
Our first bot.
What's a bot?
Well, it's just a program that spams people's channels. Yeah.
What does it say?
Want to become famous? Buy followers and viewers. Well, I appreciate the offer there, Mr. Exeter 112409.
Permaban.
I should permaban. Boom.
I am God.
Ban timeout. Alright. We could just mod him. Alright. The bot has been squashed.
Doing it Red Skull tonight, starting that digitally. Captain America and Red Skull.
Right, okay.
I got to do a Captain America for my grandson.
Which
And
program
I just may attempt to make it more modern looking.
Yeah. You gotta go for a certain artist, like version of that superhero that you want to draw. There's so many different versions of them. You can draw 50 different Captain Americas and 50 different artists drawing those.
Right.
Well, that's the interesting thing about that to me is that these characters are open for interpretation.
Oh yeah. You just gotta find the one that looks best to you out of the 50. Personally. done with this Jake, I'm gonna watercolor it. So this one is like, oh, this was a really cool Dr. Doom shot. This Dr. Doom, Black Panther.
Oh wow, okay.
It's cool as fucking drawing.
Yeah, it is.
This is a cool Batman cover. Bane.
Bane, yeah. Wow. The contrast, man.
Like if you look at close detail on the Bane, like that's reflected light. This is light coming from like a bulb, like for example like the sun or whatever.
Oh, right.
Right, but this light. So if you think logically, there would be no light on this, right?
Right.
But light bounces off of the environment, so whatever he's around is like light green.
Sure, I got you. Yeah, okay.
So you can light both sides that way. You
Sure.
can take into account for environment.
Basically ray tracing.
You know how like when you're setting up like video games, there's always bounce light.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's one good thing about video games. You like the video game guy who makes video games, much like the guy who studies art. You have to learn like a lot of like lighting, reality, like how physics works.
Well,
with light.
software does it all for you. You just gotta friggin'
You may have to type some things that no.
Yeah, you like. There's literally an entire programming industry of just programming shaders, with lighting effects, and yeah,
Like cell shading.
right.
Sounds like a nice.
It is, which is why I've never gotten into it. Just like you got to learn a new language
This is a cool Venom cover.
just to get, cool lighting effects.
Venom cover.
Venom's always awesome.
It's a cool red Sony cover.
Except in the movie. Very sexy.
Here's a Frank Frazetta painting. Frank Frazetta. It's a painting. Give it oil painting.
It's like Boris Vallejo.
That's crazy. Yeah, like
You know
actually-
Boris Vallejo, don't you?
What do you do? That's a Jim Lee thing.
Okay.
It's a Jim Lee thing.
Yeah.
That's my shit. Here's a cool red skull.
Dude.
Much of it is just this, dude. Collecting images like this. And,
Right.
like, I can turn that into whatever I want.
Yeah,
That'd be
Sure.
Like, that'd be like the Flash or something. Or like Daredevil. That'd be cool Daredevil. Like, you gotta collect these images. You know how to draw that. I have my like way of drawing like a mannequin. And I can like put simple shapes around.
Right.
That would be cool Magneto.
Yeah.
That'd be a badass.
Goku.
But everything's there. Like, even the shading. If you want to shade it, shading's there.
Yeah.
In order to
Well, that's what it's for. That's why you have that.
Right. You have to know how to draw all the muscles where they go. So you have to know how to
Bones
shade
and
all.
muscles, and you can sculpt, draw anything.
See, like, there's a shoulder muscle that goes from here to here.
Right.
So then you can see it individually from the rest of the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Or if you know how to draw the muscles, and every muscle you just apply that lighting.
Right.
Lighting.
Just a little bit of shading.
That's it, dude. Yeah, I got a shitload of muscles. It's cool Spider-Man. That's now that's cool. It's like perspective, like
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that people that read those comics that you got in your hand over there
those pictures
are not the kind of people that want to read this kind of comic necessarily.
That's not true, man.
Well,
The people reading those comics
I'm
are
not-
reading those comics to look at the incredible artwork. The story is secondary.
Oh yeah. A lot of people read for story now.
some people are very critical of story. I mean, I know a lot of people that look at that as part of it.
Yeah, you gotta
But
collect girl drawings too.
Why not?
turn like, look, here's a nice rogue.
Exactly. Right? It's a nice anybody.
Anything you want. Like
Zelda.
Zelda. Right. Like, yeah, I just.
Stylization is what it's called, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. That would be like a really cool.
Thundercats don't look like He-Man. You know what I'm saying? Underdog doesn't look like Superman.
That would be a cool Punisher.
Punisher's a great character.
See that, Mike?
What's it?
That would be a cool Punisher drawing.
What would?
Right here.
That would be a great Punisher drawing. Punisher's cool. I've always wanted to do one of him, and I like Ghost Rider also.
Oh, he's really cool.
But I never could draw bikes. Bikes are tough.
They are hard. Gotta pretty much master perspective.
Switching out for the sharper Sharpie.
Yep, or sharper little lines.
Okay. Perfect. It's important. Proportional.
First thing I did before I started that
I
kind
had another one here.
So,
Top and bottom, man.
I can know where to start. Placement scheme.
That's your petroleum grid.
Well, I know based off proportions, basically that like the rib cage is gonna stop about here. Then the pelvis is gonna be about here. And my neckline is my rib cage, so the collarbone, sorry,
Right.
gonna be about there. So.
Yeah.
So there's a bunch of human anatomy studies.
It's fascinating, really, man. The natural human proportions. Like, that's your foot. That's your foot.
Oh yeah. Dude, I can go over these all day.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Right.
I don't think you want to
This
sit here
fingertip to fingertip is exactly how tall you are.
to the top of your brow.
Right.
Not the line, but when it
Right.
dips out.
Right. Yeah, that's what I meant by the petroleum grid. Leonardo da Vinci's Petroleum Man.
Oh yeah.
He maps that all out for you.
Oh yeah. He's the first one. Like he's the original sketch artist.
Right.
Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah, true. True.
I'll tell you that. It all started with him. Everyone that does art now pretty much had to do that. Was like in
the
comic,
basis, yeah.
comic art or
Right.
it starts with Da Vinci.
those of you just tuning in or just checking us out, we're drawing an original comic character called the Scarlet Mutton. And this is page 3 of a 13-page prologue, which sort of introduces the character, gives you a sort of a brief encapsulated rundown of his origin. And then we break into the actual adventure, and we're going to go back to the origin again in a couple of issues and tell it in its entirety.
Make sure it's lined up.
We've inked what, 3 pages today? Is this the 3rd page or the 2nd?
This is the second.
Speed is key.
I think it's the second one.
Speed is efficiency. Not only that, speed also demonstrates your master of knowledge. You can put it on paper fast. Looks about right, doesn't it, Jake? Look, I'm saying proportionally.
exactly.
This cutoff is here. It's not. It's like.
I can envision it. Looks proper.
Yeah, the proportions have to be correct.
Yeah, it's the 2nd. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to stick around for another one?
Sure.
Or do you want to? What time do you want to take off tonight?
I mean, it is 7:30. I like to try to leave by 8 or 9.
Yeah, of course. I don't want you to be here that late. I mean, I gotta unwind a little bit tonight because tomorrow it starts all over again.
Learned a bunch of Jim Lee tricks. If you watch Jim Lee draw on Twitch, people will be like, "How do you draw checks?" It'll just be like, "I just."
Yeah.
Here's like,
Yeah, right.
like that.
Right.
And I'm like, oh man, what? And like, as an artist, you're like, are you kidding me?
Right. Like, what the hell was that?
And it makes so much sense, and you're just like, what?
He's just done it so many times. It's just second nature.
Well, his rough sketch doesn't really show it as much as like that quick right in front of your face. It's
Right.
like what's in his head.
Right.
He's just going like this.
That's what gets me watching him draw. Like, how does it, when it all
He's
just
done
comes
it.
together?
He's done it so many times that he
I
doesn't
think to
about
myself,
it.
there's no way I could.
He's not
I could
thinking
just-
about it.
I could future plan that in my head and make it flow out my fingertips.
How many does Jimi Hendrix have to think about playing the C major scale?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
It's just like an artist, like if they've done it enough times, it just comes out,
Yep.
you know.
I think I could actually knock out another page, man.
Do what you want to do.
But I am going to have to take another break before I do that. And who knows, I might not get through that page, but that's 3 pages. That's pretty good for one session.
Yeah.
If I could knock out 3 pages a week, we'd have this thing done in 10 weeks.
Yeah, I highly recommend it, man. If you watch like the David Finch Finch, he has a YouTube channel too. He draws every week, like at least 1 or 2 videos a week. But a lot of the he'll have like a comment section. Like if somebody pays like $5 or something, and they're like, "Hey, can you help me learn to draw the pelvis?"
Sure.
He'll just like,
Right.
like this. You want to turn it? And you go like this. All right, back to my drawing.
Don't forget your hip bone.
Like, dude, he's so, like, it's amazing how good they are that they explain it in like a minute, and they just throw the paper away and they just like continue. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
There's a lot of talented people out there, man.
How do you do that?
I actually watch a programmer who is kind of like that. He streams himself developing games, and he's very interactive. So, and if people ask like, "Hey man, what's the trick
they'll
to
show
a
you real
code
quick.
routine?" He will literally bust out some code for you,
Like real quick.
Yeah.
Like,
and
there
then
it
post it in Discord so you can copy it.
is. That's what you have to learn from though,
Exactly.
because they're like, it's not like a lot of people. Oh, they're gifted, and it's not that they're gifted. They did it way more than I did.
Yeah.
If I did it as much as
Experience.
yeah. If I did it as much as he did, I would be just as good. But I just don't have the time he does apparently.
Too busy making a living.
I have to work.
That's just it. That's the thing that's holding us back. It's always held us back is time. Time to invest in it.
Well, investing in yourself is the best investment.
I'd like to draw late. I wish I could draw late at night because I don't have the energy after the days that I have.
But after my shift, I rarely have the energy to draw.
If all I had to do was that,
No, you know.
I think I'd have energy.
I have to. You know what time I got home?
You
On
close
Saturday.
every night though. See, that's the deal.
I close every night, man.
Yeah.
That means I have to clean for an hour and a half after my shift.
I know it, man. It's not an easy job what you got there, man.
Saturday I got home at 3:30 a.m.
3:30. What time did you guys take your last runs?
I got my last delivery in at 5 minutes before close.
Jeez.
At 12:55.
Boy, these people are relentless. They'll order anytime, won't they?
And guess what? Nobody did anything.
Yeah, they cut all the drivers,
I think-
so there's literally nothing done.
I think you're the only one who did dishes, Mike.
I'm the only one that did dishes.
Probably.
I did all the ones that were there too, man.
You always do dishes.
I don't always. Sometimes he lets me do the bathroom,
Well, you always do something.
which I'd rather do. The bathroom's easy.
Some people just bounce.
Yeah, most people just bounce.
I noticed that Dave guy does it a lot. He bounces out,
Yep.
and I'm not really crazy about that guy.
That's why I can't stand places like that, man. It's a fucking clown fiesta.
It
Who?
is. There's a lot of selfish people there, dude. That's just how it is, though.
Well, they don't take the job seriously. They're there because they're there to make quick money, and they think they're not going to stay. They're just there for a while. I can always tell the ones that are going to come and go.
Yeah.
They come and go so quickly.
Yeah.
And then you got the ones that like Nick. Nick is like really rare.
Nick is awesome.
He is a professional driver. That's what he does for a living. And
Nick's my favorite driver. You too. I like you, Mike, because you're of course you've been there as long as he has, or longer. But
well, just because you've been there a long time doesn't make
Yeah,
me
but you-
popular. But
yeah, but you haven't dropped in your discipline or your integrity. You've maintained it
I'm
as
a-
long as I've worked there.
well, I try, man. But I mean, sometimes I get frustrated and I just want to take the easy way out.
Well, that's understandable.
You know?
But a lot of people don't know that I know that you just came off of working all day to come here.
Nor do they care.
Like,
No one cares. The boss doesn't care. He didn't care if I've been working 12 hours before I show up. They don't care. All they care about is what you do there. You know, and which is fine. It's understandable. You know, but that's why I have worked it out so that I only have to work three hours. I don't want to work any more than that.
they give you whatever you want, though, but you deserve that. You've been working there long enough. I mean, come on.
I have been working there a long time, but
And you should
whether or
get-
not they think I deserve anything, that's another story.
Even if you say, "Hey, I don't want to work Thursdays anymore," then whatever. That's your
Oh,
problem.
I could go down to 1 day a week, man, and they wouldn't argue with it, man.
No.
But I could. That's too little. I can't make enough money on 1 day a week.
Eventually, just keep trying knocking them days down. You know what I mean?
if this thing works out, if any of this art crap works out, I won't have to do that anymore.
It's good.
Or at least bring it down to like really brown 1 day a week.
You know what I think you should do as well, Mike? Quick little designs you could do for like Redbubble or some other website that you could just quick little mug design.
I'm willing to try anything, man.
You know? Like something you could
But
do in like an
but
hour.
one thing at a time. I'm tired of having all these great ideas being thrown at me, and then I have to bounce around from one idea to another. You take one idea, you fucking finish it, then you move on to the next one.
You've been taking on a lot of long ideas. You do some short ideas.
I know, though, that's true too. But no, that's not. But I have done some one-shot
Quick
pieces.
things.
I've done some pieces for the store. I've done. I mean,
Like idea
this
for
is
a
a
mug,
this is a
right?
major undertaking.
Quick idea for a mug. You can come up with a quick little nice drawing. That'll take you 30 minutes for a mug, right?
Well, if I know what I'm going to do, yeah.
Yeah, you can knock it out quick.
You got to design that stuff too.
But it'll take you a lot shorter time than what you're doing now. You know,
What to finish?
to finish this whole thing, yeah, it'll take you like a day to do
Well,
that
I
mug.
finished 2 pages today.
Right.
So if I do 2 pages a week and I got 40 pages, guess what? In 20 weeks, it's done.
Yeah. Time consuming.
But if I put in another day, like Monday evening or Tuesday evening, a little bit between writing it and sketching, I can get 3 pages done a week.
Right.
And that's pushing it, man, because it's, can you imagine how many pages I get done if I have 7 days a week to work on it?
Right.
Oh yeah.
Do you realize how fast this comic book would come on? I'd be on issue 4 by now. Really. I mean, I know it.
Honestly,
Because I'm not slow.
Right.
I'm pretty fast. I really am.
For the small donation of just $20,000, we could make it happen.
I don't know, man. I've seen those Kickstarter.
Right.
There's some Kickstarter ones out there that they're pretty nice comics. They're really doing some. Have you seen that one they did at Samson? They're doing a new take on Samson. It's a Kickstarter comic. Beautiful artwork. Beautiful artwork. It's more of a serious style.
You know what was a game changer for me?
I'm doing Archie
in my
compared to
life
that stuff.
recently? Well, is pulling away from anime style and leaning more towards comic book style.
Mm-hmm.
It's a complete game changer. Because like the construction methods and everything.
Entirely different. Yeah.
Oh
You know
my
what?
God.
Yeah.
It's easier.
You know what?
Anime
I
is
think the
easier.
secret.
Whoa, really?
The secret to
You
the
think
success
it
in this game is coming up with your own style that doesn't look like anybody else's.
Yep.
The reason the anime style is harder is because it's less interpretive.
Anime style is a Japanese influenced style,
Makes
and
sense.
I'm an American artist, and I want to bring comics back to the Western. I like Japanese artwork. I think it's wonderful, but at the same time, I like the Western influence because this is where comics originated.
It's less interpretive. You know what I mean? Because you're limited in the way of how you can do things, in which way you can see. I don't know.
Be the next one.
I don't know how I can put it.
You've got the next
You're
one.
I don't believe in being limited.
No.
And I want to do, but I want to do my stories, and I want to do my characters, and however they look,
Right. How
the
you
way I draw them is not. I'm not adhering to any rule of anybody
Yes,
else's style.
That's the key.
I don't want to look like Jim Lee.
That's the
I don't
key.
want to look like Jack Kirby.
But that's the key.
I want to look like
Like,
Mike Jones.
In Western comics, I feel that you have more freedom to
This
do
one.
what you want to do.
This one.
Right.
Give me the page for it too. I need that.
Here's my example. Right.
Can get rid of this.
How many Japanese artists, which I watch anime every night.
Goes
you know
with
what I mean?
that goes back.
How many Japanese artists are willing to break
There it is.
that certain style
Well,
to do what they want to do?
I don't know that. I
To do
guess
how they sketch.
but when that style first emerged, that manga style first emerged,
Yeah.
it took the world by storm because nobody had ever seen that style before.
Yeah.
American artists weren't drawn that way.
Oh no, it's just a new
So-
style of drawing.
I'm bringing my stuff back to Max Fleischer. I'm bringing it back to animation style
Yeah,
type
man.
characters that are done in an American way.
What
Okay.
I like the
I
best.
can't do Japanese because I'm not Japanese.
No, what I like best about what you do, Mike, is it's unique. It has to be.
It
has to be. What you do is independent.
I mean, if I was to draw a superhero strip and try to emulate Jim Lee or somebody like that, it would just come across looking like a clone.
Well, you could.
And I don't want to be a clone. I want to be my own person.
It depends. It depends on what your goal is of doing it. Like my goal of doing this is not to.
This is fun.
My goal of doing this is to learn some techniques of what he did. You know.
You're still in a learning phase. I'm not.
Oh right.
But I am. I'm still learning. There's always learning to be made, learning to be done.
Oh yeah.
But I am light years ahead of you in that sense.
Oh yeah. You've already developed your style more than I.
Yes, but I don't. I can draw different. I can draw the kind of stuff.
Mike Jones.
Here's the thing,
A long time ago.
man. I can draw in a lot of different styles.
Oh yeah.
I can emulate anyone,
Right.
but I don't want to emulate anymore. I want to make something that seems fresh
Right.
and seems different.
But it's you. But it's you.
It's Mike Jones. It's not.
That's
Not.
why- that's
Jim
why-
Lee. I don't want to be Jim Lee.
No, that's why I like it because it's unique. It's you. Like there's no one came up with that. You know what I mean?
Well,
That's not been done before.
no, this has not been done before. Although the similar stories have been done before. The story is not terribly unique. But the
your-
characters are, and once I develop them, I think that I can take it in a direction where it will become unique.
Your style is an accumulation of your studies.
Yes, it is. Don't think for a minute that I don't enjoy drawing like Jack Kirby or Steve Ditko or Neil Adams. I love emulating Adams. I love emulating Gil Kane, John Buscema. A lot of really great comic artists.
But a lot of those things that you've done, you picked up a little something from that recreation.
I picked up something from everybody that I've caught that I've duplicated.
But you've taken that into your style because you've done it enough times that you've like, oh, this works. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
yes. Certain little things work, like
Yeah.
you know.
Because I'm not saying you don't know how to do it already, but you're like, oh wow, this guy figured out a hack.
Well, look here.
hacked the system.
You know, I can come up with a camera angle like quick,
Oh yeah.
and I figure, okay, how is the best way to show this shot? How's the best way to show this sequence of events? You know, I think I got a good shot here of him pulling them out of the water.
Oh yeah.
You know, and then he's got him in the boat, and he's talking to him, and he looks, you know, and it's just simple. It's straightforward storytelling. Okay, so that there's no question when you read it, what's going on. You know, when I look at some of those panels in some of those modern books, they're so full of detail that
Yeah, it's
you
like-
just can't
really-
look at it and go. You really have to look at it.
It's
You
because
really got to study it.
somebody, it's because that person really tried to like break away so hard. You know what I mean?
Like the Image comics tried so hard to be better than Marvel.
Yeah.
But yeah, they weren't. They weren't better. They were
You know what
carbon.
they lacked?
They were carbon copies.
Because they lacked in the story writing department.
Well, they were doing the same thing Marvel was. I mean, there wasn't any difference really.
Stories were good.
You know, if I could find a really clever writer
Oh yeah.
who could understand the way I draw and everything,
Yeah, man.
then I think I'd fly away, because I really don't think I'm that great a writer. That's been my problem all along. I can draw all day long, but coming up with a story that's interesting, coming up with characters that resonate, that's the problem.
You're a lot different artist than me. I'm more of an illustrator. You're more of a sequential comic book artist.
That's because that's what I'm more of a commercial artist is what I am. I like commercial. I like lettering. I like poster art. I like you know, I like comics and magazine stuff.
Right.
Now I can do an illustration.
You're really good. Yeah.
I can do an illustration, and I think I could make it more realistic if I really worked on an art, but I don't want to put that many hours into it, you know. Comics come easy to me,
Yeah. You do it enough times.
especially these kind.
If you do it enough times, it just comes out of your hand, doesn't it?
More or less. I mean, it's not about the drawing for me anymore. It's about the redrawing.
Right.
Never seemed to get it quite right the first time.
Yeah, I'll make you a pencil of that spawn. Just give me like I'm gonna take a.
There's no rush on it because I haven't got time to work on it anyway.
No, just so you have it. Like,
I'd love to do it though.
Just so you have it. You can do it whenever you want. I'm not telling you to do it now. Just so you have it.
I appreciate that. I really like the drawing, man. I really do.
Yeah, just so you have it. What do you think, Jake? You think I should start doing digital coloring on my drawings, or what do you think I,
I
should do?
fully
personally?
recommend digital medium.
You think I should just start switching to? Because I already planned on doing it.
You could do your line art by hand, but yeah,
On the paper and then
the
scan it.
coloring, yeah. That's the way we did
I've been
the
watching
Cat in the
some-
Hat cartoon. I
can
colored it on the computer.
Can I show you guys some digital coloring videos later if you're done?
I mean,
And that's a good example of stealing a style. A Cat in the Hat cartoon. I tried to draw like Dr. Seuss a little bit, you know, and I don't draw like Dr. Seuss, so it was
can
like,
learn
you
from
know,
him, though.
you know what I
You can
mean?
learn some techniques from him.
Oh, I learned a lot from Dr. Seuss. Dr. Seuss is a wonderful inker. He inks with a brush strictly, or did.
Steve Ditko's good too.
Steve Ditko is
Really good.
marvelous in his poses, and his
Right.
hands are
His,
marvelous.
his line work is really good.
He knows how to draw ordinary men better than any other artist I
Better
think
than
of.
Jack
And if
Kirby,
Jack
I
Kirby
think.
couldn't draw an ordinary man if he
But
tried.
Steve Ditko.
Every Jack Kirby character looks dynamic, looks heroic, looks,
Doesn't
Like-
look as
like-
good
like,
as
you know,
Ditko,
I mean-
think.
but yet I love Jack Kirby. Nobody does dynamic fight sequences
That's
and
the
stuff
thing.
better than him, man.
That's
Nobody.
The thing. It's like the thing is this, Mike. It's like
And
like,
Neil Adams
it's like
is a very
Jim Lee learned how to draw all this crazy stuff, but he had to bring it all the way back to Jack Kirby to learn how to draw dynamically.
well, drama. Drama is key when you're illustrating a scene.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you want the drama there, because without the drama, it's like what Scotty commented when he saw this picture last couple weeks ago. He said, "Boy, he looks really shot out." Yeah, he is supposed to look shot out. He's been
He just got
sitting in the
Just
water.
got exploded.
Yeah, you know, that's if I can get that, capture that essence of that, then I've done what's necessary for the scene. You know,
Right.
if I do a close up of like that shot, the three close ups of him when he's saying that, you know, since the Scarlet Mutton is born of innocent blood, spilled blood, red will be his color, and criminals will fear his name. It's done in 3 shots, and in each shot you get closer and closer to the eyes, to where you're right up on the eyes,
Right.
and his eyes are narrowed, and he's looking angry.
You're more like a director than
It's exactly what you are, a director. That's exactly what I'm. Alfred Hitchcock. That's right. I'm Steven Spielberg. I'm that's what any comic artist has to be. He's a storyteller. And Jack Kirby talked about when I saw him interviewed, he talked about his work. He said he said, these are my stories. And in my stories, this is what I do. This is, you know, and that kind of thing. And that and that's okay.
You know, it's a representation of me. This is what I do.
If you can't get across what you're trying to say with your characters and with your scene, then you failed.
Yeah, you failed, dude. A lot of it is just about placement. People are like, it's so ridiculous. Like, the placement of things is so important.
That's why I love that book, that book by Will Eisner, who's an absolute incredible storyteller. I've forgotten the name of it. It has to do with this. Oh, Comics and Sequential Art is the name of the book. And that guy could get more emotion out of 4 lines than I can with 25. You know, I mean, it just amazes me how he just captures emotion, and yet it stays simple. It's not overworked.
But you know what's crazy though? I learned to first learn to draw the way they animate anime is not incorrect. It's just stylized. Right. So I still learned proportioning from it, and I started watching all these other superhero videos, and I was like, hold on, you guys figured out some hacks. I already knew the proportions. I was like, you cheaters.
All right. Right.
Cause like then that way they're like, oh yeah, it's more interpretive though. You know.
Yeah, but it totally works.
It's so good. So good, man. That's why I like Street Fighter so much. Street Fighter's combination, really. It's 100% East-West combination of artists.
Yeah. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of that in the Japanese video games.
That's my style. My style is more of like, I want to go for like a Street Fighter mixed with Ghibli.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I'm trying to go for. So, like, I'm doing these right now, and then I gotta start doing other ones. And I'm trying to learn as much as I can from these people before I start actually pulling the pose and drawing my own character. That's my current goal. That's all right. Everyone's got their own. Alright, that works. Decent shape. I'm gonna erase the whole thing. It's the best direction in the world.
Silly putty?
Oh yeah. Remember these when you were a kid?
Yeah,
Race?
definitely.
It's like this eraser, like it'll go eventually go down. I got a bunch of these.
Yeah.
And you can like erase, you can just go like this and stretch it, and it's gone. It's clean,
Right.
instantly clean.
Yeah.
And depending on how much you press, like if you press lightly, you can take a light layer off. If you press hard, you can erase it. It's just more control over the erase. Plus, look at this. If you want to do details,
Right. Yeah.
can't beat it, man. Can't beat this. Alright, so I gotta do 1.75 for that.
All right, I gotta take 5. Yeah, start throwing some ink on this thing.
Casey Caldwell. Hey, hey.
Hey, Casey!
Hope everything's going good with you this evening, Casey.
Yeah,
Hope you're having
really.
a wonderful night.
You and Cabo.
Happy Sunday, she says.
Happy Sunday. It's been nice quiet one today. We got quite a bit done. I'm on my 3rd page right now. You might even be able to get this one just about done before we call it quits for the night.
It is 5 till 8.
Is it really?
It is.
All right. Well, I think maybe we should call it quits then.
I mean,
I
I'm
didn't
not
realize.
trying to kick you off, man.
I didn't realize it was that late.
No, follow. Let the juices flow, Mike. It's okay. It's only 8 o'clock.
Yeah, but
I don't turn into a pumpkin. It'll be all right. He says just put a contract on our house. Closing end of May. That's huge.
yes, I know. Congratulations on that. Congratulations that you guys are selling yours. You put yours up on the market. I saw that. Any bites yet?
Well, yeah, she just put a contract. It's closing end of May. That's what she's saying.
Awesome. Excellent. Congratulations, guys. Really. That's huge. Huge. I'm very happy for you.
It's kind of hard to find a house right now. It's sold quick, huh? She says thank you. Just wanted to say hey. It's looking good.
I don't understand why that was to be so hard to find a house. Right now we're building. We're busier than ever, man. Building new houses.
I don't know either, man.
The market for building is huge right now.
That's because the market for buying is huge.
And then you'd think there'd be some available housing, wouldn't you?
It's all getting bought up. I know in Georgia it's hard to find a place. Everything's expensive.
You mean to purchase? You could find a place to rent, can't you?
Well, yeah. Market is insane right now, no doubt. Yep. Who knows, man? Not me. It's the new norm, right?
What's the new norm?
I mean, whatever the reason is for the market being nutso. It's the same around here. Same in Georgia. That's really all I know, so.
I see you've done a little research on the Georgia housing market.
Yeah, about a month or two ago. Exactly.
Because you were thinking about moving there.
Yeah, it was a possibility. But see now, well, never mind. Yeah, they say the United States is the melting pot of the world, and I've always said that Florida is the melting pot of the United States.
I agree with that in a lot of ways, yeah.
I'm gonna take a break too. This is breaking my noodle here.
Anyway, thank you for your comments and good luck with your house. I appreciate you stopping by, guys, really. We love all the chat we can get. Don't we?
Oh, I see what I did wrong.
No doubt.
And they have to just shrink this back.
surprised my friend Thomas hasn't come by today. He was so excited to hear that we were making a comic. He couldn't wait to see it, he said.
But we're on 3 platforms.
Well, I know maybe he did see it.
Hell yeah, fix this proportion. Who's more appropriate to the trauma?
Narrow down a bit.
Narrow her down. She was too wide.
Thick.
I mean, that's what I like.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to take out what's out of your mind.
Yep. Pog.
Like drawing the thick white piece. Mental trauma.
Have to get over that one, huh?
Well, it's like,
Let the sting wear off.
well, it's like trying to like get your ideal out of your head.
Right.
It's not your ideal. You know what I mean? That's the hard part. Alright, I need to. I'm gonna go out there and smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, I know the people that never read a comic book in their life. And they wouldn't find this at all impressive.
Uh-huh. And I know people that smoke crack. So what's your point?
Just that there's a specific audience for this kind of stuff.
Okay.
That's all. No, you've always been one of my strongest supporters, man. I appreciate you. You really, But you've had time to get to
when I
understand. You've
say
had
I'm
time
gonna-
to understand my art. You've had time to, absorb it, and you kind of
You
know.
don't need time. It's just, you can tell the first time you see it. Which is why, if we can see this through to completion, I believe it'll succeed. And I tend to do the things that I say I'm gonna do.
Even though this is not really your cup of tea either. This type of story, this type of comic.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, Mike, I've never read a comic book all the way through.
Well,
I look at the pretty pictures,
okay.
but I don't have the attention span to read a book.
I see. Well, now I know quite a few people just like that never even read a book.
I did read The Hobbit. Great
That's
book.
a pretty big book.
It's a great book. I read All Quiet on the Western Front. Also an amazing read.
Now that is that's a really great movie too. I have that. I have that.
You let me borrow that movie once, and I did watch it. And it is a good movie as well.
It's a great movie. For an old movie, it's awesome.
I'm not much for drama, you know what I mean? But it's
Yeah.
just, it's one of those things where once you start, you can't stop.
Yeah. That's a fact.
I tried to get into the other Lord of the Rings books, but I couldn't do it. I tried to get into Narnia books. I read like the first one, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Then it was done.
Well, I haven't read too many novels myself, man. I read The Godfather. Couldn't put it down.
Yeah.
From the first page, couldn't put it down.
Yeah.
Read some Stephen King novels. That were pretty damn good too.
Yeah, I have.
But for the most part, I'm not a novel reader. I like the visuals,
Yeah.
you know.
Exactly.
But I do appreciate a good story. I never read The Hunchback of Notre Dame by Victor Hugo, but I've seen every film version of it that there is because I love that story.
Card Stuntman coming back. Some nice panels you have drawn. Very expressive faces.
Thank you, Scotty.
That's the Mike Jones style right there. Even though it's a cartoon, yeah, you get that detail.
I appreciate your kind words, Scotty. I just want it to be interesting. Hope your day is going well today. I've had a pretty productive day.
Yeah, we've been hard at it. But it's just flowing like lava.
Well, once like I said, once these things are penciled out properly, the inking part is the fun part. Because this kind of drawing, this kind of style, isn't as hard to ink as say some other kind of style would be. So this music has been kind of interesting, hasn't it?
You know, it's looped a few times and I haven't even noticed. I think it works.
Yeah, I think
you
it
like
works.
It?
Yeah, I don't dislike it for sure.
It's epic.
It's supposed to be. It's Robin Hood. It's supposed to be an adventure story. I think that silent movies usually had appropriate music for their stories, because that was all they really had. They didn't have anything else.
Which is why we didn't use Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was more moody, suspenseful kind of horror music. Yeah, I noticed that. It was somber.
Organs.
This is like, hey, a rousing adventure, we're gonna go on the crusades, so a little more fun.
You know who we didn't see today, Mike?
Who?
Sierra.
Sierra went to the beach,
Oh.
and I don't know what she's doing.
My guess
She told me she'd be around later, and she comes around here all the time. She's gonna see this.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm good. Look at that shit.
It's coming together, dude, for sure. It's way better than I can do.
Well, I don't know. If I put hours and hours and hours into it, I might be able to reproduce that.
They could put a
I think your
soundtrack.
artwork, my friend, is improving by leaps and bounds. Every time I see a piece you do, it seems like it's jumped another. I mean, really, you seem to be getting better and better all the time.
Scotty, I've always wondered the same thing.
Well, with Scotty's always.
He
I'm
says
talking about Brian.
he says if they could put a soundtrack to them, why couldn't they put a voice track? Why? Like I get
They
it.
didn't.
Like,
They didn't really do that. Actually, they didn't do that. They actually had some people play an organ
oh,
in the theater, a live accompaniment most of the time.
Oh.
And I don't know. You're right though. When they did finally figure out how to
Yeah.
do that,
I was born in 1980, and never have I seen, like, every silent movie I've seen, it's never been silent.
What do you mean?
There's
because
always
they've
been music.
Because they remaster the music.
Yeah.
And they do new scores for these things, and they add sound effects, and they add this and that. I saw The General with Buster Keaton not long ago, and they put a new score on it and added some sound effects and things, little things,
Yeah, stereo
and it just made it
systems
more interesting. It was
were
just,
not a thing in the 20s.
but you have to realize that
They did have moving light.
those films were crafted to be without sound. They were crafted to be visual. They're very self-explanatory. You don't really need sound to enjoy them. You know, I think. I mean, that's the way they were made. They were made because they knew that they had a limitation there, and they made the most of it.
Brian, can I hit that?
I mean, you know, you got crappy silent films just like you got crappy sound films.
That thing works, right?
A fool, too, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Like I said, it doesn't.
I like this one better.
Yeah, it's look like you can get that at shop over there on Belcher. Yeah, I think these curves working a little better than what I had before. As far as what he had there. About like that. Yeah, it works good.
You don't have to charge this thing either, do you?
No, it comes straight charged. And
And
look,
it just goes all the way to the end,
no,
right?
no, check it out and see. USB.
Oh, okay, so you do charge it.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah,
But still, it's all one.
yeah.
You don't have to keep buying.
And it's nice to keep the USB protected because those things flake out from getting dirty and crunched on.
Or plugging different ones in and then fuck it
Yeah.
up. Dude, download 5K, man. It'll take your Xbox or PlayStation controller.
Right. I think I actually have gotten that before.
Because you can play all the classic arcade games on it, man. With your
Super
controller.
Nintendo and stuff too, right?
Everything.
Killer Instinct on the SNES.
Everything.
Yeah.
No, even all the Ninja Turtle games. Like all of them.
Oh, you're right.
All of them. And it's for free. And you can play with other people with your controller.
Yes.
Why would you not download it? I was playing, what was I playing yesterday? Marvel vs. Capcom Original.
Mm-hmm.
The first one.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Iron Man.
Oh yeah. Versus people online. On my PlayStation 4 controller.
Yep.
It was a beautiful thing.
Yeah, technology is wonderful.
Wish you could get Corey to agree with that.
Yeah, this is looking.
You know, it's, getting that man online is.
The day my dreams came true was the day that my friend in high school showed me that he downloaded a Nintendo game onto his computer and could play it.
Yeah.
That was just
That's the day I realized you could do that, like, the world was right.
Yeah. I understand.
Like, I don't have to buy these things anymore?
Dude, you get like 5 Mega Man games that you can play with your controller for free. That's not bad either.
Right.
You get all the Double Dragons, you get all the, you get all the Battletoads, side scrollers, you get all that stuff, man. Contra. Good stuff. Some people there, actually. There you go. pencil done by tomorrow. Ow, I just stabbed myself. Always do that.
You know, going back to the soundtrack, it's nice to have a consistent all the way through feel too, not like the randomness from before. Like we'd go from some Latino to some hip hop to some metal to some.
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah, you're definitely right. This is more of a consistent thing.
It's just does what it's supposed to do for the brain. I don't know what I mean by that, but
Well,
it's not distracting.
it
It's
carries you
calming.
along. It's not exactly.
It's inviting. It's harmonious and peaceful and consistent. There's that word again.
Consistency is very important in life.
A good person to study for drawing women is Frank Frazetta. Really good.
I'm ready to get to draw some female characters. I think that will sell.
You need to look up Boris Vallejo. He's from the 80s. He's a painter.
Boris Vallejo
Like a
is
barbarian
awesome.
painter. But iconic.
Like, I don't gotta draw all these muscles at this point because I've already fleshed everything out. So I'm drawing clothes on top. They don't really need it. I just need the like landmarks. If that makes sense. See what I did?
Right.
Like,
Guidelines.
yeah, but like a lot of it is anatomy knowledge. Like at the end of your
The
pelvis,
six pack, your belly button.
at the end of your pelvis is your pubic bone.
Right.
And that's where like where your genitals lie. There's actually a line there
Right.
between. Goes all the way up to your bone here,
Right.
to your hip, straight up.
Yeah.
Muscle and bone structure. That's sculpting 101 as well.
Crazy thing about anatomy, check this out. See this line? On the 13th rib is where your abs start.
Okay.
If I were to draw this line straight down, it might be a little bit. It'll show the inside of the leg.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's crazy, right? You can even look. You can even shade it. Watch
That's
this.
that's those hacks you're talking about.
You can even shade it.
Yeah, no, I get it. Definitely.
That's definitely one of them hacks.
There's a bunch of hacks, man. It's all about finding all the hacks you can find.
Absolutely. And then putting them to use.
So you see these lines here? That's where your bones pop out of your toes.
Right.
And so
So
they're like,
it'd be like your hip bone.
on an action figure, you both like that.
Right. Yeah, okay. I got you. Yep.
It's actually like a weird thing. Is your hip has some, basically, if I were to go like that, there's another. There's a hard part of your hip. Your leg don't start till here, right?
Right.
It will
Yeah.
go up to here, but since it starts from here and connects to here,
It's like your waistline.
correct. The muscle goes from here to here, which leaves a hard space here,
Mm-hmm.
which is so good.
Which is, yeah, your baby holder.
Yeah. Love handles.
Yeah.
I can tell I'm hungry because I want to know what's in that lunchbox, Mike.
Ha 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 ha. Well, I'm pretty sure there's some sandwiches in there or something.
Sounds delicious.
I'm not making dinner tonight. Corey's making dinner, so I don't know what we're having.
man.
Oh, I know what we're having. We're having
I'll get some dinner at home or on the way home.
oh, I'd invite you both to stay if I had enough. I don't know if we had enough.
It's all
No,
good.
no, I plan on getting some food on the way home too. Already brought the cash for it.
Alrighty. Well, I think I'm gonna finish these boxes. I'm gonna leave the water for later. I'm gonna do that tomorrow night after work or something. I think I've done enough today.
There's a bunch of food.
Yeah, we killed it. This is definitely our longest stream ever. Pushing 6 hours.
No.
Yeah.
What time did we start?
Let's see. I can tell you, we've been live for 5.5 hours.
Wow. I just screwed up that box.
I distracted you.
You did, man. Stop talking to me.
Sorry.
That needs
I'm getting a little hasty. When you start getting too fast, it's so when you start making mistakes.
yeah. Slow and steady. Cool thing. Show you another hack, Jake.
I'll let that dry for a minute, and then I'm gonna go back and
When you're drawing,
finish these
when you're drawing,
boat lines.
like the boobs actually come off of the chest muscle. You guys don't understand this.
Right.
There's actually a muscle that we have that actually
Right.
hangs off of like down here. So
Okay.
you actually have to draw this part.
Yeah. Right,
Like, guys will just be like,
right. Right.
no, it goes here. You have to, you see what I'm saying? Like, you didn't know that I got some of the hacks. I just got like,
It's your muscle structure.
right. What I do, I go from here in the middle. I make
That's right. Yeah, man.
Hack. Little hacks, man.
Techniques.
See this? What's that?
Boom. Boomski.
There's so many hacks to find. I already have the chest muscle set in place. Like the shoulder, basically. The shape of the shoulder, it comes from here. But the chest muscle meets here. And then the shoulder comes out. That. So that's me. More of this shape here. And then the arm comes out. You know the arm comes out from here because you know the shape of the shoulder goes this way. Actually connects up here. Actually, so my angle's wrong. See what I mean? It's all about.
Which you definitely seem to be getting right.
This is trial and error forever. What's the beauty about using a pencil? Because you can just click, like, adjust. Let's say this one's there. That's a little. See, Dick? The whole
Good.
shoulder muscle.
You can turn that into a Geiger.
Oh, this shit's gonna be fire. But I think she has her arms out. No, I might even have messed it up. I think she has her arms out wide. Oh, no, she doesn't. Look kind of straight down. I think I did it right.
Alright.
Right? It is right. You see, because I gotta throw this, like, I gotta throw this shoulder blade on this way.
Yeah. Well, that's afterwards.
So what I do is this, once I get everything set in, just take this shit, like,
Keep losing these caps.
it's still there. That's why I like
Where's the other one?
pencils all the way there.
There it is. Okay.
Totally come off of this shit.
All right. Gonna stop here. Oh, shit. That's why we're gonna stop
Should
here.
have stopped there.
My hand slipped that time.
Oh, sure.
It did. It slipped.
Slippage.
Okay, so all I got left to do here is finish the water and then erase the pencil lines, and this one's done. That's page 5.
Damn, that's 3 pages today.
Okay. Let's put these over.
Should we recap the 3 pages?
Sure, let's take a look at them again.
Okay.
Let me bring them back over here.
It's pretty good.
And we still got one of them ready to rip.
I got one still ready to rip.
Still one pencil.
Which one? Which one?
Okay.
That one's done. That one's done.
So the one where he's pulling him out of the water.
You're right. That's
The
page.
kaboom.
What page is that?
4.
Okay, that's the next one I'm going to do then. Okay, this one is page 12. Page 12 is still a lot of lettering going here and some more computer screens and a keyboard and a couple things here. Lambo is pretty much done, except for there's lettering up here, lettering in this box, and this box, and this box. But this is done. This has all been simplified. I got to finish the windows and the buildings here, but that's not a big deal. So we've got page 12, page 5, and page 3. Pretty well done.
It's good work for good day's work there, Mike.
I'd have to say. Okay, well, I'm gonna put these over,
Look at this work straight.
and
Yeah.
It's like a clean. It's clean.
Right.
3, 5, and 12. Okay,
Okay.
I gotta go buy a couple more of these boards. These boards are great. I had to cut them down to the right size. They were a little long, but they're the perfect boards for comics.
Those are nice, man. Where'd you get those?
I bought them at Walmart. They had like packages of 8 of them.
Really?
And you know,
They're thick.
unfortunately, I had to cut this much off of each one. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to make our little cards with them.
Okay.
We're going to make those little cards with all the characters' heads on them, and we're going to create our little set of collector cards for Scarlet Mutton collector cards, which I
We'll
I
tokenize
don't
on the
see-
Ethereum blockchain.
Sure, right, exactly. What he said.
Yes.
I got money invested.
We'll
in Ethereum.
tokenize on the Ethereum chain. I got to use the restroom. I'll be right back to sign off. Thanks for your patience today, guys. We've been on for a while.
Okay. Okay.
He does it to me every time. He mutes me, and then I come back and I'm talking to, and I'm not coming out.
You snuck up on me.
I'm sorry.
5
I just,
hours today. 5.5
We did a
hours.
5.5 hour broadcast today. That's phenomenal. We got 3 pages completely finished, aside from the lettering, which we're going to add mechanically at the end, and the coloring. We'll be back again next week to try to do a couple more. I appreciate everybody for stopping in today. I know you guys are busy too.
How much you got,
Please stay
though?
safe,
I spent
stay
about
happy, keep your pencils sharp,
Yeah, and it's worth that.
and keep drawing. We'll see you next week.
Like, whoa.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
So long, everyone.
So long, Internet.